is being the best competitive player. Because I remember when I first started playing Fortnite and I got into the competitive scene, I made a promise to myself that I would always try to be the best competitive player I can be. And I feel like that's what I hold myself to. I guess the biggest thing that has changed since winning World Cup has been probably the standard that I'm held to. I feel like I have to, just give everything my all, just gotta be a positive influence to people. I think the hardest thing about it is like realizing that everything you say, you just have to be careful about. Like, you don't wanna mess up and like have people taking things out of context, making you look like a bad role model. There's a lot of people, they'll just bash you whenever they can. Yeah, I mean, just use the haters as motivation and fuel. Using ROG gear in general helps take a lot of stress off my shoulders. In a major tournament or something that's super important, you don't want to have anything that's faulty or anything that messes up, because that one game or that one little thing could cost you the entire tournament. I have won 2 of the major tournaments on my region back to back while on my new PC. It was Trio FNCS, and then right after that, it was Trio Grand Royale. I was able to just sit there clear-minded and just think what I wanted to do next in the moment because of how smooth everything was running. So for those who dare, I mean, it just doesn't really matter what other people think. You kind of need to break all limits and focus on something you're super passionate about. And if you just are so focused on the goal and you just have your head towards it, I mean, I feel like you can just accomplish anything. For those who dare to dream big, dare to help others, dare to stand out, join me and the Republic.
What if you could look forward 1 year, 4 years, 40 years? What does the future look like? How will you ignite it? This is where the future gets fueled, where ideas come to life and identities flourish. This is where we define opportunity as individuals and as a pack. Being a Lobo is about so much more than the classes you take. It's about the mark you make on your world, because the journey starts here, but it never ends. What will you ignite?
Right before a big tournament, you kind of just need to switch your mental. I think that's the major thing. You know, using ROG gear helps take a lot of stress off my shoulders and just like perform at my best, I guess you could say. I'm Booga, the 2019 Fortnite World Cup solo champion. I kind of just remember like having to kind of dial in and realize that like everything I do from this point forward is gonna add up. So everything that I was doing it for a purpose, kind of just focused on every little thing, every little detail. And then I remember they walked me down to the stage, jacket on, everything, got to hold up the trophy. It was just a complete adrenaline rush, and I don't even know, it's just crazy. I think the one major thing that I'm always trying to stay consistent at is being the best competitive player. Because I remember when I first started playing Fortnite and I got into the competitive scene, I made a promise to myself that I would always try to be the best competitive player I can be. And I feel like that's what I hold myself to. I guess the biggest thing that has changed since winning World Cup has been
Hello, everybody, and welcome back for day number 2 of the New Mexico Technology in Education Conference. We are playing esports all day today, starting with 3 matches of Rocket League. First match of the game will be University of New Mexico versus Oregon State or Oregon Mountain High School. Second match of the day will be New Mexico State University versus La Cueva High School. And then directly after that, we'll go into the finals, which will be both teams that won playing. Then we'll go to a break, and at approximately 1 p.m., we'll be playing the grand finals of the NMTIE Invitational in League of Legends, which will be New Mexico Tech versus NMSU, that's state. So stay here, don't go anywhere. Be sure to tune in. And without further ado, I'm throwing it over to our casters here to get us right into game 1.
Alrighty, hey everybody, my name is Dylan. I am Soupy in game. Over here to my left, we have.
Hi, I'm Sean, aka Trig, and I'm very excited for this game today.
We should see our players joining the match soon. First up, we're going to have UNM Varsity versus I almost said it too, Oregon Mountain High School. On the UNM side, we're going to see Fossil in game, Zane Oak, and Eakley. On the Oregon Mountain side, we will see Aaron, Classy, and who else? There's one more. We'll see him join in game here momentarily. Actually, don't have them in the game yet. Let's keep. Looks like we're having some lobby issues on the Oregon High School side. Understood.
So, who do you think takes this series?
I'm impartial. I don't know if you guys can pick up, but I'm partial to the UNM side. My vote's on them, but we'll see. It should be a good game nonetheless.
Right.
Let's see what's happening here. Still good. Understood. Let's keep this up. Looks like they're going to be hosting the lobby. Bear with us, please.
Classic Tyler.
Games going. Huh?
Classic Tyler.
Classic Tyler. Tyler being Fossil in game on the UNM side. But what else do we got? What can we talk about the teams? These are high champ to GC players. Should be very entertaining to watch. Here representing NMTIE. Any word? Just keep. Are we still talking too quietly? Sorry about that, everybody out there. Yep, we're
still waiting.
Still watching. Having a hard time spelling names, I imagine. Oh, there we are. Excuse us. Go ahead, Trig, if you can. Let's see. Yep.
So, looks like we're getting ready to start the match right now. I'm expecting some very high energy from this match, considering the high level of all the players, and I'm expecting to see some close games and hopefully nothing too far in terms of goal spread.
All right, so we have the UNM team creating the lobby. We are on standby for Oregon to join. I might need to send the invite. All right, invite. Okay.
We apologize for this, by the way.
For the delay. Okay. Yep. There we are.
Great.
Looks like we have the Oregon team joining.
Waiting, waiting. Lovely, lovely day out here.
Yes, it is.
Hope everyone will get home safe after today. I hear we have a visit from the president.
Yes, we do.
That should be entertaining to navigate Albuquerque after all of this. All right, we have people joining the game now. Yep. Got Fossil Eakly on screen. Just kidding, they leave the match. All right. If we could get an estimate of how much more time we have, that'd be lovely. Still waiting.
Looks like it's
Technical
that awkward, like stalling for time.
Vamping, they call it.
Yep.
It's standard. We should know by now. Production always has hiccups to get started.
Nothing's ever perfect when it comes to...
Impossible. Never seen it done. Still good. Everyone's here. Maybe we're still having audio issues.
Looks like there's a little more issues coming up right now, but we should be getting started soon.
Everyone's in the lobby. I unfortunately can't see behind this curtain to see what's going on. All right, we're going to take a quick production break so we can get off camera for a minute. Bear with us, please. Alrighty, looks like we're back real fast, getting into the first game. We have the first ball going into the UNM half. Zane's going to take control. Get blocked by Abstract. That's going to be first goal to Oregon Mountain High School. Let's see if UNM can get their bearings very quickly. Going into the next kickoff, we're going to see Fossil face off against Abstract. Oregon Mountain gets the beat. UNM's going to take first possession into the orange half. Eakly up for a shot, doesn't quite make the connect. Class is going to take control. Good challenge by UNM. Abstract up to the wall, into the UNM side. Demo on the UNM side. Fossil's going to protect the net, take the ball down to the Oregon Mountain. Oregon Mountain's going to keep the pressure. Can we see another shot? We have another shot and goal by Oregon Mountain. Need to see.
It seems to me that like UNM is cracking a little bit under the speed right here.
Looks like, just like us, they also started in a hurry. Didn't quite get a chance to get their bearings. Let's see, up next we have Eakly and Classy. Classy's going to win the kickoff dominantly. Can Zane get it out of their half? Eakly up on the wall waiting for a pass. Doesn't quite make it. Oh, we're going to see it back into UNM half. Eakly going up for the 50. Got Abstract all on his own on the UNM half. Misses the pass. Zane's going to throw it out over to Fossil. Fossil gets beat back into the UNM half. Can we see pressure on the UNM team? Up. Oh, and we have Oregon Mountain making a save. UNM not able to quite get the space they need to make a shot. Fossil's going to take it, keeping the pressure alive. Eakly up for the 50. It is on Oregon Mountain now. Can someone get up for the block? Fossil's there. Pressure staying in the UNM half. Zane looking for a big clear. Pass down. Fossil not quite able to make the beat. Eakly with control. Get a steal boost. Zane up midfield. Can he keep it in the Oregon Mountain side? Abstract getting around Eakly. Classy taking control, Eakley with the demo, giving it to Zane. Zane with the winning 50. Fossil misses the net barely. Eakley there to cover it up. That's what we like to see. Now we have a game, as they say.
Yes, we do. Just like I predicted, we have ourselves a close game here.
All right. Let's see if UNM can keep the momentum off of that. Looks like we have Aaron on the Oregon Mountain side, Zane on the UNM. Pretty much dies in the center. UNM's going to keep possession. Around one. Shot on goal. We have a save by Aaron. Classy up for the air dribble. Doesn't make the second connection. Fossil with the 50, excuse me. All right, up for this cross across. That doesn't sound right. The pass across net. We have Fossil up on defense. He's getting a challenge. All right, with a bang back from the Oregon Mountain side, we'll see. Playing in midfield passes, trying to find the space. Classy taking control off their side. Way to keep it out of their goalie box. Keeping it in their corner, safest place for the ball to be. Eakley almost with 50. Zane keeping pressure. Can you find a pass? He cannot. Fossil pass out midfield. Zane's gonna bar down. Abstract able to keep it in the safe zone. Abstract now with the clear. Zane's gonna try and stall ball in their corner. Eakley taking control, over one, into their half, over two. Can they capitalize? They cannot. Classy there with the 50. Zane's up in the air, reaching. Eakley alone in their half. Wins the 50. Fossil there to pick up the slack. Oh, with an attempted off the ceiling shot. No one was there for the pass. Zane there to clean it up.
It's a tie game.
It's a now tied game. We truly have a game on our hands. Let's see if we can continue this momentum. Zane apologizing for the quick chat in game. Excuse my breath. We have the 50 going to the UNM side, giving them possession, but losing the kickoff. Doubled commit by the Oregon Mountain side. It's all right. They seem to take care of it. Fossil with the clear upfield. Classy there to kill their play attempt. Maintaining pressure, trying to get a play started. Eakley with a beautiful touch down the center of the field. Unfortunately easy to block. Keeping it in the Oregon Mountain half. Are we going to go into overtime?
Man.
Looks like we are. Abstract killing the game. Up for the overtime kickoff, we have Zane and Aaron killing it again in the middle. UNM takes first possession, giving it away to the corner. Fossil there to keep it. Zane is alone on defense. Does well to turn quickly. Almost a shot. Cleared by Oregon Mountain. Abstract with a beautiful 50 in the air. Fossil with the redirect.
Great
We
shot.
love to see it. First game goes to UNM. All right. Here, while we rotate in the next match, we're going to switch back. And that's UNM Esports. Back to us. You get to see our beautiful faces while we get into the next game.
So, as we predicted, it was a close game.
It was a very close game.
I really liked how each team kept that constant pressure on each other. Every mistake was capitalized on, and everything was executed to almost perfect shots, everything.
It was great. As I think happened, the UNM side was a little rushed into starting. Let's hope that we can see a more predictable game next match.
Who do you
That
think
was
takes
first
the
one.
next game?
I'm still partial to UNM. I have to give it to him.
Well,
All right, getting into the next match. Excuse me. Let's go ahead and spectate. Get that going. Into the first game. Cutting back to gameplay, we're going to see an unorthodox kickoff setup. That was interesting joining. That's okay. First on possession is Oregon Mountain. Keeping it in the UNM half. Anyone there for defense? There's Fossil with a decent clear. Equally up for the pass. Alrighty, we're going to see a missed attempt on shot. Almost clearing it out themselves, UNM did. Keeping it still in the Oregon Mountain half. Fossil up for the... Equally up for the fake, apparently, letting us know. I'm not sure if that was a fake or a whiff. Shot by Equally. Oregon Mountain's there to save it. Zane off the wall, misses the attempt. We have all three. Oh, they're spread out again. Equally there, clear down the center to the map. We have a demo by Equally opening up the defense. And another demo and rebuttal by Oregon Mountain. We have the clear onto the UNM side. Fossil's going to keep possession. Turn off for boost. Zane keeping it out of their goal. Equally making pressure, making a play into the Oregon Mountain half. Oregon Mountain's going to turn it around. Let's see, Fossil, pass out center. No one's there to capitalize. Zane up. See, Equally there for a shot. Is it behind? Not fast enough for a goal. Classy with the save. Fossil trying to make another pass across net. It's a little slow off the backboard by Equally. Is Zane there to capitalize? He is.
Shot.
From midfield, from third position, he will make the shot. He will reach for it. All of Oregon Mountain up for the save with a triple commit. Gotta have someone ready for it.
Definitely.
Up next, we have Fossil and Classy on kickoff, who will win a dominant UNM win over into the Oregon Mountain half. Can they keep it there? Can they maintain pressure? Fossil slowing down play just a touch. Doesn't get the solo play. I could tell his teammates were waiting there for a pass. I don't think he could see the defender last back in the net. Fossil taking possession again. This time making a two-man play out of it. Aaron there for the last minute save. Gets the clear out. We have two UNM back in their half. Killing the ball in their corner. An interesting decision. Fossil off the back wall. Classy in an awkward place. Equally making it an even more awkward challenge. Fossil with a 50. Keeping it in the UNM half, unfortunately. Can Zane get it out? He cannot. A pinch, Equally and Fossil into the Oregon Mountain half. Abstract's going to take control. He has the whole field to work with. Two defenders back. Great attempt. Keeping into the UNM half. UNM limited on boost. Can they make a play? All of Oregon Mountain on the same ball. Gets the clear out. Zane's going to take control, questionably. Equally up with the challenge. Going to get thrown in the Oregon Mountain corner. Keeping it going. Yeah, we got another 50 and a pinch off the wall. Oh, can Zane capitalize? He's going to leave it to Fossil for the attempted shot. Looks like Oregon Mountain fighting over who's going to take possession in that moment. Fossil with a dribble attempt, keeping it close. Aaron's going to coming from the side. Still in the Oregon Mountain half. It's looking promising. They're going to need to turn it around and show some pressure on the UNM half. It all starts with getting the ball closer to the net. Lovely pressure. Fossil taking control, but Classy's going to fly in for the 50. We got a big clear over to the Oregon Mountain side. Can UNM capitalize? Not quite. Trying to maintain pressure. Losing it to Oregon Mountain. Shot by Oregon Mountain, very close. It does look like the game's going to end up going to UNM here in the last 20 seconds, but the game isn't over until it's over. Let's see if we get a last passing attempt by Oregon Mountain to tie up the game. Oh, they got to be feeling the pressure seeing that 10-second timer pop up on the screen. They're keeping it in their half, though. It's all possible. And just like that, Fossil's going to kill it. All right, cutting back to us while we get into the next match. That was a beautiful game. 1 goal, that's all you need to win. And as predicted, we could see it was UNM again, not counting out. It could be a reverse sweep by Oregon Mountain.
It seems as though every attempt that Oregon tries to make on UNM always comes back with an answer, getting that pressure off and keeping everything on Oregon's side and keeping their offensive pressure to make it even more awkward and harder for Oregon to come back and come out with a W.
It's working really well for them. The rotation that UNM is demonstrating right now is making it nearly impossible for Oregon Mountain to start a play or make a finishing shot. It seems like there's always 1 or 2 players back on defense. And when UNM's on offense, they're all over the field, open for any 50 attempt, any block. Rotating over to the next game. Getting into the game. Everyone's going to be joining into the game now. Let's see if we can finish out the series on UNM with a sweep, or if Oregon Mountain's going to be able to turn it around with a reverse sweep. Now, that would be a truly interesting
It would. It'd be very
game.
Exciting.
Back right into gameplay, we're going to see Eakley up for kickoff versus Aaron. Eakley winning the kickoff dominantly again, but giving possession. An open net, a miss on the Oregon Mountain side. Eakley throwing up the faking again. Don't know if it was actually intentional.
I mean, what's the difference? A fake, a whiff? Come on.
Of course. All right. Early 5-second goal on the UNM side. Let's hope the spirits of Oregon Mountain aren't too diminished and we can get a good rebuttal from them in game 3. Eakley keeping it in their half. Oregon Mountain, all 3 in the same corner again, turning off ball, giving possession to UNM. UNM with a slow shot by Fossil. Let's see. Keeping it still in the Oregon Mountain half. Classy with the clear out. 2 defenders back, ready to challenge. Zane up on the wall, looking for a shot, possibly a pass.
And
Eakley with a potential fake again on the UNM side. I think he's found his technique of the day.
To just
for
miss
all the
the
other
ball?
teams, for all the other teams, keep an eye out for Eakley missing the ball, purposefully or not. It seems to be working. Up for kickoff, we're going to see Abstract. Is that correct? Abstract and Eakley going again into the Oregon Mountain side. I would love to see Oregon Mountain win another kickoff. Try and get some momentum going early. There we go. Aaron hitting it around both UNM defenders. 2 defenders already back in net. A third rotating for boost. Big clear by UNM. Keeping it in the Oregon Mountain half. Eakley looking for a pass. Passes it off to Oregon Mountain Classy with a clear over to the UNM side. Rocket League moves so fast. We're still back in the Oregon Mountain side. Keeping it. Fossil looking for a potential pass out center. I believe that was Eakley looking to find the back of the net. Didn't quite, with 1 defender back by Oregon Mountain. Backboard by Classy. No one there to finish. Zane beating the attempted shot. Aaron passing it off the backboard, keeping it out of the danger zone. Classy taking control to hit it back to the UNM side. We see Eakley with possession. Zane helping Eakley out, trying to keep the 50 Fossil taking control. Abstract's going to be there to keep the pressure on the UNM team. Also with another clear, can Classy get it to the sidewall? The attempted clear out by Zane. Eakley is going to slow it down and take control. Zane looking for a bump in net. Couldn't quite make it. See a 50 by Abstract. Eakley going to be up fast for the pressure. Zane going to make an attempted shot as third man. Another pass across net by Eakley. Can Fossil get it down in front of the net? He cannot. It is now in the Oregon Mountains' hands. Wheels, perhaps. Seeing pressure on the UNM side for almost the first time this game. It's already back in the Oregon Mountains side. Going to be dancing in front of their net. Zane looking for a pass off the sidewall. Couldn't make it. With the wall dashes by Eakley. Wasn't paying attention to his boost meter. He was doing that. He was out of boost.
Very interesting.
Let's see. Eakley looking for a pinch to pass. It's going to go right to Oregon Mountain. A beautiful passing attempt on Oregon Mountain's side. Like to see this pressure. They do have one ready. Eakley with the pass out center. Fakes by Zane. Still gives it to Oregon Mountain. Fossil as the last defender back is going to keep the momentum going in their favor. Eakley faking a little bit more. Eakley the last back. Can he beat the 50? He cannot. Classy is going to take the 50 and give control over to Aaron. Looking for another 50. They have a third man back with an awkward aerial, dropping it. Aaron's going to be there to recover possession. Classy with the attempted shot or pass off the post. Fossil's going to take it, try and walk it out of their net.
This is the minute that matters.
In the last 50 seconds. It's not looking well for Oregon Mountain, but anything's possible. With the demo from the UNM side, opening up the Oregon Mountain defense. Gonna try and take it out of their half. I suppose that demo is probably on offense, but the game switches so quickly. We are now defending on the UNM side. The pass across net, questionable clear. Eakley is going to keep possession. A beautiful air dribble into the Oregon Mountain half and a 50 across the net. Zane's going to get beat by Classy. Is this one goal for Oregon Mountain? It is still possible. It is still a winnable game. 7 seconds left. If we could see a good kickoff from Oregon Mountain, they could win that goal and tie up the game and send us into overtime in the last.
It all matters here. It all matters here.
UNM going to be looking to kill the ball. They did not. It's going to go into Oregon Mountain with the pressure.
This is it.
We have it up on the UNM side. It is possible. Fossil's going to attempt to kill it. Oregon Mountain's going to keep it in the air. A very intense game of keepy-uppy on the Oregon Mountain side. Zane's going to look for the pass and kill the ball. That was a beautiful series. First off, we have first series going to UNM. Let's see. First series, UNM off to a rough start, but bringing it back and winning the entire series 3-0.
As predicted, it was a close game on both sides. It seems, like said before, that UNM always had an answer to the pressure that Oregon provided, and unfortunately, UNM was able to respond to each one. Every shot, they played well, played together, and same goes for Oregon.
The teamwork from UNM, after the rocky first game, it looked like they got it together and maintained rotation. It was interesting to see. I had a lot of hopes for Oregon Mountain. In the end, it did all go to UNM as a 3-0 victory. In the next series, we're going to see NMSU versus La Cueva. Should be a very interesting game.
Very excited.
Going to be switching over. I'm going to let you take conversation for a moment. We're going to actually go into a production break for a moment while we get the next match set up, and we'll be back with possibly a few player interviews. So
very exciting.
Stay tuned for that. Thank you.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back. I'm joined here on the desk with Tyler, the victorious captain here from UNM. How do you feel about that win?
It was pretty fun, you know. Honestly, we're just happy to get the first series over with. Playing on land is always difficult, so you know, just getting it over with. You know, all credit to Oregon Mountain. They gave us trouble. That first game was far from comfortable. So you know, all things considered, move on to the finals. Looking forward to that. But
Yeah. Well, speaking of finals, who do you got in the next game, La Cueva or NMSU?
it's going to be a really close game. La Cueva has very talented players, and we are very familiar with NMSU. So the game could really go, I think, to the best of 5.
Okay.
So I think it's really going to be a toss-up, maybe even overtime best of 5, which is going to be really fun. If I had to choose one, I'm actually going to give it to La Cueva.
All right. Does that mean you would rather play NMSU? You know, get the weaker team, in your opinion?
See, that's the thing, is they're both individually different teams, but very good in their own way. So I wouldn't call them weaker. I think it's just kind of a favor. I would rather play a high school. We make it kind of an interesting thing. We play the Rio Grande rivalry so often. You know, maybe just get a little bit of a new thing on stream.
Absolutely. So any thoughts, you know, facing La Cueva, facing NMSU, anything for the weekend?
Honestly, I'm just really excited to be playing on land again. You know, getting the opportunity to play against either of them. Like I said, the opportunity to play against a high school is something that I don't get to do very often. So it's a fun prospect to think about. But honestly, if we could bring the Rio Grande rivalry to land, that's always something that I think would be really good. So.
Hopefully we'll be able to get that. But thank you, congratulations, and we'll see you in the grand finals.
Thank you very much.
And don't go anywhere. We will be right back with NMSU versus La Cueva right after this.
if you could look forward 1 year, 4 years, 40 years? What does the future look like? How will you ignite it? This is where the future gets fueled, where ideas come to light and identities flourish. This is where we define opportunity as individuals and as a pack. Being a Lobo is about so much more than the classes you take. It's about the mark you make on your world, because the journey starts here, but it never ends. What will you ignite?
Right before a big tournament, you kind of just need to switch your mental. I think that's the major thing. You know, using ROG gear helps take a lot of stress off my shoulders and just like perform at my best, I guess you could say. I'm Booga, the 2019 Fortnite World Cup solo champion. I kind of just remember like having to kind of dial in and realize that like everything I do from this point forward is gonna add up. So everything that I was doing it for a purpose, kind of just focused on every little thing, every little detail. And then I remember they walked me down to the stage, jacket on, everything, got to hold up the trophy. It was just a complete adrenaline rush, and I don't even know, it's just crazy. I think the one major thing that I'm always trying to stay consistent at is being the best competitive player. Because I remember when I first started playing Fortnite and I got into the competitive scene, I made a promise to myself that I would always try to be the best competitive player I can be. And I feel like that's what I hold myself to. I guess the biggest thing that has changed since winning World Cup has been probably the standard that I'm held to. I feel like I have to, you know, just give everything my all, just gotta be a positive influence to people. I think the hardest thing about it is like realizing that everything you say, you know, you just have to be careful about. Like, you don't wanna mess up and like have people taking things out of context, making you look like a bad role model. There's a lot of people, you know, they'll just bash you whenever they can. Yeah, I mean, just use the haters as motivation and fuel. You know, using ROG gear in general helps take a lot of stress off my shoulders. In a major tournament or something that's super important, you don't want to have anything that's faulty or anything that messes up, because that one game or that one little thing could cost you the entire tournament. I have won 2 of the major tournaments on my region back to back while on my new PC. It was Trio FNCS, and then right after that, it was Trio Grand Royale. I was able to just sit there clear-minded and just think what I wanted to do next in the moment because of how smooth everything was running. So for those who dare, I mean, it just doesn't really matter what other people think. You kind of need to break all limits and focus on something you're super passionate about. And if you just are so focused on the goal and you just have your head towards it, I mean, I feel like you can just accomplish anything. For those who dare to dream big, dare to help others, dare to stand out, join me and the Republic.
if you could look forward 1 year, 4 years, 40 years? What does the future look like? How will you ignite it? This is where the future gets fueled, where ideas come to life and identities flourish. This is where we define opportunity as individuals and as a pack. Being a Lobo is about so much more than the classes you take. It's about the mark you make on your world, because the journey starts here, but it never ends. What will you ignite?
Right before a big tournament, you kind of just need to switch your mental. I think that's the major thing. You know, using ROG gear helps take a lot of stress off my shoulders and just like perform at my best, I guess you could say. I'm Booga, the 2019 Fortnite World Cup solo champion. I kind of just remember like having to kind of dial in and realize that like everything I do from this point forward is gonna add up. So everything that I was doing it for a purpose, kind of just focused on every little thing, every little detail. And then I remember they walked me down to the stage, jacket on, everything, got to hold up the trophy. It was just a complete adrenaline rush, and I don't even know, it's just crazy. I think the one major thing that I'm always trying to stay consistent at is being the best competitive player. Because I remember when I first started playing Fortnite and I got into the competitive scene, I made a promise to myself that I would always try to be the best competitive player I can be. And I feel like that's what I hold myself to. I guess the biggest thing that has changed since winning World Cup has been probably the standard that I'm held to. I feel like I have to, you know, just give everything my all, just gotta be a positive influence to people. I think the hardest thing about it is like realizing that everything you say, you know, you just have to be careful about. Like, you don't want to mess up and like have people taking things out of context, making you look like a bad role model. There's a lot of people, you know, they'll just bash you whenever they can. Yeah, I mean, just use the haters as motivation and fuel. You know, using ROG gear in general helps take a lot of stress off my shoulders. In a major tournament or something that's super important, you don't want to have anything that's faulty or anything that messes up, because that one game or that one little thing could cost you the entire tournament. I have won 2 of the major tournaments on my region back to back while on my new PC. It was Trio FNCS, and then right after that, it was Trio Grand Royale. I was able to just sit there clear-minded and just think what I wanted to do next in the moment because of how smooth everything was running. So for those who dare, I mean, it just doesn't really matter what other people think. You kind of need to break all limits and focus on something you're super passionate about. And if you just are so focused on the goal and you just have your head towards it, I mean, I feel like you can just accomplish anything. For those who dare to dream big, dare to help others, dare to stand out, join me and the Republic.
if you could look forward 1 year, 4 years, 40 years? What does the future look like? How will you ignite it? This is where the future gets fueled, where ideas come to life and identities flourish. This is where we define opportunity as individuals and as a pack. Being a Lobo is about so much more than the classes you take. It's about the mark you make on your world, because the journey starts here, but it never ends. What will you ignite?
Right before a big tournament, you kind of just need to switch your mental. I think that's the major thing. You know, using ROG gear helps take a lot of stress off my shoulders and just like perform at my best, I guess you could say. I'm Booga, the 2019 Fortnite World Cup solo champion. I kind of just remember like having to kind of dial in and realize that like everything I do from this point forward is gonna add up. So everything that I was doing it for a purpose, kind of just focused on every little thing, every little detail. And then I remember they walked me down to the stage, jacket on, everything, got to hold up the trophy. It was just a complete adrenaline rush, and I don't even know, it's just crazy. I think the one major thing that I'm always trying to stay consistent at is being the best competitive player. Because I remember when I first started playing Fortnite and I got into the competitive scene, I made a promise to myself that I would always try to be the best competitive player I can be. And I feel like that's what I hold myself to. I guess the biggest thing that has changed since winning World Cup has been probably the standard that I'm held to. I feel like I have to, you know, just give everything my all, just gotta be a positive influence to people. I think the hardest thing about it is like realizing that everything you say, you know, you just have to be careful about. Like, you don't wanna mess up and like have people taking things out of context, making you look like a bad role model. There's a lot of people, you know, they'll just bash you whenever they can. Yeah, I mean, just use the haters as motivation and fuel. You know, using ROG gear in general helps take a lot of stress off my shoulders. In a major tournament or something that's super important, you don't want to have anything that's faulty or anything that messes up, because that one game or that one little thing could cost you the entire tournament. I have won 2 of the major tournaments on my region back to back while on my new PC. It was Trio FNCS, and then right after that, it was Trio Grand Royale. I was able to just sit there clear-minded and just think what I wanted to do next in the moment because of how smooth everything was running. So for those who dare, I mean, it just doesn't really matter what other people think. You kind of need to break all limits and focus on something you're super passionate about. And if you just are so focused on the goal and you just have your head towards it, I mean, I feel like you can just accomplish anything. For those who dare to dream big, dare to help others, dare to stand out, join me and the Republic.
if you could look forward 1 year, 4 years, 40 years? What does the future look like? How will you ignite it? This is where the future gets fueled, where ideas come to light and identities flourish. This is where we define opportunity as individuals and as a pack. Being a Lobo is about so much more than the classes you take. It's about the mark you make on your world, because the journey starts here, but it never ends. What will you ignite?
Right before a big tournament, you kind of just need to switch your mental. I think that's the major thing. You know, using ROG gear helps take a lot of stress off my shoulders and just like perform at my best, I guess you could say. I'm Booga, the 2019 Fortnite World Cup solo champion. I kind of just remember like having to kind of dial in and realize that like everything I do from this point forward is gonna add up. So everything that I was doing it for a purpose, kind of just focused on every little thing, every little detail. And then I remember they walked me down to the stage, jacket on, everything, got to hold up the trophy. It was just a complete adrenaline rush, and I don't even know, it's just crazy. I think the one major thing that I'm always trying to stay consistent at is being the best competitive player. Because I remember when I first started playing Fortnite and I got into the competitive scene, I made a promise to myself that I would always try to be the best competitive player I can be. And I feel like that's what I hold myself to. I guess the biggest thing that has changed since winning World Cup has been probably the standard that I'm held to. I feel like I have to, you know, just give everything my all, just gotta be a positive influence to people. I think the hardest thing about it is like realizing that everything you say, you know, you just have to be careful about. Like, you don't want to mess up and like have people taking things out of context, making you look like a bad role model. There's a lot of people, you know, they'll just bash you whenever they can. Yeah, I mean, just use the haters as motivation and fuel. You know, using ROG gear in general helps take a lot of stress off my shoulders. In a major tournament or something that's super important, you don't want to have anything that's faulty or anything that messes up, because that one game or that one little thing could cost you the entire tournament. I have won 2 of the major tournaments on my region back to back while on my new PC. It was Trio FNCS, and then right after that, it was Trio Grand Royale. I was able to just sit there clear-minded and just think what I wanted to do next in the moment because of how smooth everything was running. So for those who dare, I mean, it just doesn't really matter what other people think. You kind of need to break all limits and focus on something you're super passionate about. And if you just are so focused on the goal and you just have your head towards it, I mean, I feel like you can just accomplish anything. For those who dare to dream big, dare to help others, dare to stand out, join me and the Republic.
if you could look forward 1 year, 4 years, 40 years? What does the future look like? How will you ignite it? This is where the future gets fueled, where ideas come to life and identities flourish. This is where we define opportunity as individuals and as a pack. Being a Lobo is about so much more than the classes you take. It's about the mark you make on your world, because the journey starts here, but it never ends. What will you ignite?
Right before a big tournament, you kind of just need to switch your mental. I think that's the major thing. You know, using ROG gear helps take a lot of stress off my shoulders and just like perform at my best, I guess you could say. I'm Booga, the 2019 Fortnite World Cup solo champion. I kind of just remember like having to kind of dial in and realize that like everything I do from this point forward is gonna add up. So everything that I was doing it for a purpose, kind of just focused on every little thing, every little detail. And then I remember they walked me down to the stage, jacket on, everything, got to hold up the trophy. It was just a complete adrenaline rush, and I don't even know, it's just crazy. I think the one major thing that I'm always trying to stay consistent at is being the best competitive player. Because I remember when I first started playing Fortnite and I got into the competitive scene, I made a promise to myself that I would always try to be the best competitive player I can be. And I feel like that's what I hold myself to. I guess the biggest thing that has changed since winning World Cup has been probably the standard that I'm held to. I feel like I have to, you know, just give everything my all, just gotta be a positive influence to people. I think the hardest thing about it is like realizing that everything you say, you know, you just have to be careful about. Like, you don't wanna mess up and like have people taking things out of context, making you look like a bad role model. There's a lot of people, you know, they'll just bash you whenever they can. Yeah, I mean, just use the haters as motivation and fuel. You know, using ROG gear in general helps take a lot of stress off my shoulders. In a major tournament or something that's super important, you don't want to have anything that's faulty or anything that messes up, because that one game or that one little thing could cost you the entire tournament. I have won 2 of the major tournaments on my region back to back while on my new PC. It was Trio FNCS, and then right after that, it was Trio Grand Royale. I was able to just sit there clear-minded and just think what I wanted to do next in the moment because of how smooth everything was running. So for those who dare, I mean, it just doesn't really matter what other people think. You kind of need to break all limits and focus on something you're super passionate about. And if you just are so focused on the goal and you just have your head towards it, I mean, I feel like you can just accomplish anything. For those who dare to dream big, dare to help others, dare to stand out, join me and the Republic.
you could look forward 1 year, 4 years, 40 years? What does the future look like? How will you ignite it? This is where the future gets fueled, where ideas come to light and identities flourish. This is where we define opportunity as individuals and as a pack. Being a Lobo is about so much more than the classes you take. It's about the mark you make on your world, because the journey starts here, but it never ends. What will you ignite?
Right before a big tournament, you kind of just need to switch your mental. I think that's the major thing. You know, using ROG gear helps take a lot of stress off my shoulders.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to day 2 of the New Mexico Technology in Education Invitational. We are on to match number 2 here of the day. New Mexico State University versus La Cueva High School. I'm Dieter Elegant Cabachambicki.
And I am back, Dylan, Soupy in-game. I am from the UNM team as well. We should see another exciting match, NMSU versus La Cueva. Anything else you'd like to say to get into the match?
I mean, I don't know much about Rocket League. I especially don't know. You're the expert on Rocket League. You're the expert on the teams.
Going to try my best to be, as we get into the match, as we get things started, on the NMSU side, we're going to see, do we have them in-game yet? Yes, we do. We're going to see Sad Lad, Aiden, and one more, Daily Scrub on the NMSU side. On the La Cueva side, we have Mabin, we have Modulo, and Magic. We should see a good matchup today, see if it takes all the way to Game 5.
And literally everyone I've talked to over here, everyone in the internet land cannot see. We have about 100 people watching here. No one is able to tell me with any sort of confidence who's going to win this match.
Absolutely not. I've been asking around, asking the teams what they think, and even the teams playing kind of throw their hands up like they're not sure. Should be entertaining, to say the least.
This is going to be a very close, hopefully very entertaining match.
I agree. Yeah.
But for the record, this is the second semifinals. UNM already clean sweeped 3-0'd about an hour ago.
Oregon Mountain?
Yes, Oregon Mountain, just to get to the finals. As we looks like we are into game, so this is game 1, a best of 5 to see who will meet UNM at the finals.
Yep. First up on kickoff, we had Aiden, and I didn't see who on the La Cueva side. We're off into the, trying to get my bearings, NMSU half, early shot from La Cueva, just on the crossbar. Modulo up for another shot.
And that's Modulo already getting one here in the net for La Cueva.
Early shot on La Cueva. Only about 10 seconds, 20 seconds into the match.
And that was Sad Lad just completely out of boost there.
Just out of rotation. Up for the next kickoff, we have Maven against, who are we seeing? Daily Scrub going to the NMSU possession. We have Modulo making the clear into the NMSU half.
Over here, Mod.
See another
already
50 into the net by La Cueva. This is already off to a great start.
2-0 here, just a little bit over 30 seconds into the match. This is going to be already quite difficult for NMSU to come back from.
This seems like a much higher pace than the first series we watched with the UNM versus Oregon Mountain. Off to a very speedy game.
Absolutely. And this might be something that we saw in the UNM-Oregon match where the teams both seem to kind of have jitters going into game number 1 here. So we'll definitely have to see. It's definitely not over. There's still 4 minutes to play here. As a shot on goal. Good block there by Daily Scrub.
You are correct. We did see it on the UNM side. A little bit of the jitters. A little hesitant to start. First time in the LAN, just getting used to the setups. Going into game 2, we might see a completely different story. Modulo going up for a high shot, barely missing the ball. We see Aiden taking control, a pass across net. Daily Scrub up for the shot, gets blocked by Maven.
Here's
maybe
Sadlad
taking
looking to
the
get it. That might be a shot. Modulo.
Another shot by Laqueva.
Getting
Laqueva
right
finds
in.
it. Magic off in the left wing there. No idea why he was over there, but glad he was coming off the backboard.
And that's 3-0 here to Laqueva. NMSU needs to show something.
Needs to show some rebuttal here. A little fortitude to come back. It is only game 1 though.
It is only game 1. We are in a best of 5. You are allowed to lose 2 games here. All right, that was a good demo. Let's see, Daily Scrub with the running out of boost, not quite able to get that juggle all the way.
Getting a little bit of ping pong back and forth here. We're starting to see some pressure stay on the Laqueva side.
And that's going to go in.
And we have Laqueva leaving their net wide open.
Yep, and that's the start of the comeback perhaps here. NMSU finally getting one in the net.
Could see it. Could see NMSU, the jitters wearing off.
Oh, and Sadlad getting the tip. Oh, it's
Modulo
Modulo.
for the air dribble.
Oh,
Gets
good
shut
block.
down.
Magic looking for
Magic.
something, and it's just
Out to open
all
space.
cleared ball.
He's keeping it to the NMSU side,
3 members of NMSU defending their net right here.
making it very difficult to score a shot, also making it very difficult to turn it into an offensive play.
Right here, Daily
Aiden up
Scrub
for the
and
pass.
Aiden
Daily Scrub missing.
up forward here
Another shot
now.
across net.
Laqueva having to
Can
play
Aiden
defense.
find it?
All 3 are here.
Daily Scrub. It looks like it's going to go
Magic out of boost.
Magic waiting on boost. Unorthodox, but he finds it.
Only a couple of seconds wasted there. Sadlad trying to contest that ball, wasn't able to quite get to it.
Seeing if we could see a play for him on the NMSU side. Aiden
2
trying to
minutes
maintain possession.
left in this game. 3-1 still. NMSU needs 2 to bring it to overtime.
A beautiful bump by
Oh.
Aiden, and it finds the net.
Sadlad just putting that one in.
That was fantastic to see him drop that ball and go for the bump on the defender, leaving it wide open for his team.
That was a 3-man play to get that one into the net,
An
but
attempted save that still knocked it right into the net.
as Daily Scrub gets a tip, basically right into Medulo.
Daily
Modulo? Modulo? Medulo?
Modulo.
Modulo.
Uh-oh.
Oh no. Here, Aiden looking for something. Sadlad.
Sad lad with 50.
Here, 3-2. NMSU
Aiden
with a
up for
good
the
comeback
shot.
so far in this game.
It is true. This is still the first
Ooh.
game. NMSU coming back.
Completely tying it up with 94 seconds left in this game here. Sadlad.
Sad lad with
Just-
the pass across the net.
2
An
members of
attempted shot.
Yeah, 2 members of Laqueva there, just not quite in position to get the defense. Now completely evened up. Laqueva came out swinging, but just hasn't been able to find anything for the last 2.5 minutes,
2.5
really.
minutes. NMSU doing well to defend and turn it around, keeping the pressure, getting their confidence back. Sad lad in the Laqueva corner. Daily Scrub with an attempted pass gets shut down. Aiden picking up the slack with a big
gets
clear by
cleared.
Laqueva. Daily
Daily
Scrub
Scrub
being
should pick
last
that one
back.
up.
He did well to keep the clear
Oh,
and
demo.
keep possession. Magic
Good
with an
defense.
interesting attempt. Very close. Aiden with
Aiden
faking air
going
dribble.
to have it. That was
Sad lad finds the net, finds the pass as third man. This is quite the game from
absolutely.
Was it 3-0?
It was 3-0 and now 3-4 here. NMSU in the lead.
Incredible. 52 seconds remaining. Up for kickoff. We have Sad lad and Medulo. Maven possibly going to get possession. No, Sad lad jumps early off the wall. Magic returning
Oh,
it to the NMSU side.
Daily Scrub with a good just defense there.
Big 50, dies in the middle. Daily Scrub gets possession. Magic
30.
trying to keep it away from the NMSU team. Daily Scrub's going to try and bang it downfield.
Medulo here looking to play defense. 30 seconds remain here. Laqueva need to find something to bring it to overtime. See if they're
Gonna
going to
need
be
a
able to
big
do
break.
it. There's Aiden. It's a shot onto the goal.
NMSU
Ooh, and a
with
good demo.
by Aiden, weakening the Laqueva
Oh,
defense.
another demo.
Uh-oh. keeping it
10
in the
seconds.
LaQueva half. They get
LaQueva
one
looking for a
final
good shot.
Big clear.
Oh, that was not the clear that Daily Scrubs was looking for. 3 seconds remain, and that's going to be all she
that's
wrote.
going to nothing.
Oh.
Daily Scrub with an attempted overtime goal. And we see NMTIE coming back. So that was rather interesting. I want to point out something that the college teams on both series starting out rough and coming back in the end to win.
Absolutely. We'll have to see if LaQueva is able to keep up the aggression that we saw in that first minute. And that's, if they were able to keep that up, there's no way NMSU wins this.
Absolutely not. They came out with they came out with a lot of energy, and it seemed like NMSU just found their rotation and shut down everything that they were trying to throw up. They could not start a play. Getting into game 2.
It really looked like just NMSU wasn't expecting LaQueva to have the aggression right out of the gate. They just weren't expecting that, but then took them a minute, a literal minute of game time for them to download LaQueva, which was really what it looked like there here as 15 seconds into the game, already on pace for a much slower game than than game number 1.
You raise an interesting point. The first game started out very fast, very unsure.
Oh, that's
Watch
a shot. If anyone
solo.
wants it, Mabon trying to get it.
Floating
Magic.
in front of the NMSU net. Salad's going to take possession, trying to slow down the game, get it out of their half.
Mabon
We have
looking
2
for
defenders back.
Aiden getting a good defense there. Here's LaQueva just looking for repeated shots on the goal, and eventually NMSU defense just won't be there.
I'm seeing that as possibly their strongest suit. LaQueva might have the speed, the aggression. If they can keep it up, it might pose a threat to NMSU.
Absolutely. Here, Sadlad looking for a shot here, but it gets cleared by, I think that was Magic. So Mabon looking to get this over onto NMSU's half of the map.
NMSU doing well. Trying to keep it over, keep the
2
pressure.
different demos in a row. That should be an easy goal, but was not quite able to get anything off of it.
All right, we're seeing a play develop on the NMSU side. We have 2 defenders on LaQueva. Still keeping the pressure.
Magic and
Sadlad.
They need to do something here. Magic looking to
Early
just clear.
challenge. Pinch off the
Aiden,
wall.
a little high.
Sadlad tipping it down. Can Daily Scrub get it across the LaQueva net? LaQueva attempted save is going to put it right in the net for
it looked
NMSU.
like Magic there just not quite able to get that angle. Your Daily Scrub.
A very fast recovery to try and make that save, but it wasn't quite enough. Up for kickoff, we have Maven and Aiden. It's going to die pretty much straight in the middle. LaQueva taking first possession.
Sadlad first to get it. Almost looks like it got away from him somehow. Sadlad does get a demo.
Aiden rushing for the ball a little bit. We're gonna play around here in the middle, back and forth.
Oh, Aiden missing. Dulo.
Sadlad with the clear. Can we see a play develop, or are we gonna see this ping pong back and forth?
Looks like we're just going to get clears back and forth, but that being said, we're very close to NMSU's goal right here. LaQueva trying to get something in. Daily Scrub getting a good clear.
By the NMSU. Was it intentional? I sure hope so.
Oh, Daily Scrub.
By Daily Scrub.
Mabon with really good defense right there.
Still having a hard time agreeing on how to pronounce his gamer tag. It's quite all right. We're back in the NMSU half. We have an attempted passing play.
Oh.
Beautiful around 150 by the NMSU to keep it out.
2
Daily
minutes
Scrub off the back
here.
wall.
Slightly over 1-0
Magic.
compared with the 7 scoring. And that's just going to roll
open
right
net.
in. Mabon.
And NMSU leaving their net wide open, tying up the game for LaQueva.
He barely even needed to hit that.
Didn't need to do
Just
anything.
Just rolled right in, tied up 1-1 with a little over 2 minutes left in this game here. LaQueva looking for 1 to tie up the series.
Daily Scrub on the NMSU side winning the kickoff, giving possession to LaQueva on the other hand.
Here, Mabon looking for something.
Beautiful high passing play by the LaQueva team.
Sad Lad getting a good defense there.
Beautiful around 2 players, one of which was his own. Medulo up early, no one's there for the touch.
See, Magic trying to just compete here.
I'm seeing a lot more pressure.
Just another game of ping pong, looks like.
It feels like it, with a lot more pressure from the La Cueva side.
All right, both teams just really tied up here, not wanting. La Cueva does not want to give this one up, making it match point for them. They would like to win 1-1, try and bring it to match point for themselves into game number 3.
We have a decent clear by the La Cueva team.
Let's see, 1 minute left in the game.
Shot on
that
goal by
was
NMSU, hits post out.
So
it's
close to
still
going down, but
middle.
that's a good demo. As Aiden, not quite able to get that one.
Air dribble attempt from the midfield. Aiden up for the pre-jump.
La Cueva.
No one there. We have 2 committed on the LCHS backboard, giving it a wide open opportunity.
Medulo here trying to set something up for his team. No one was quite there. Good shot on goal, but there were 2 there from NMSU.
NMSU with a pass out across.
Here, 30
A
seconds
double
remain.
commit on the NMSU side.
NMSU for a good shot on goal there, but La Cueva looking for it. And that's going to be NMSU scoring. 22 seconds remain. This is going to have to be a good tip-off here for La Cueva to keep this one even.
It's not impossible. It's not over until it's over in Rocket League. But we're going to need to see a very quick kickoff goal between Maven and Sad Lad. Sad Lad winning, Modulo taking possession. He's going to attempt to send this off backboard and center it for his team. Doesn't quite get
15 seconds.
Gets met by the NMSU defense.
NMSU just wanted to keep control of this ball for the next 5 seconds. La Cueva was looking for something, but I think that's going to be it. We have a couple more seconds. It's not over.
Another
until
shot
it's
by
over.
NMSU, and that's over. Game 2 going to NMSU.
And that's
looks like we're getting a timeout called by the La Cueva team.
And that's NMSU now up 2-0 in this best of 5 that everyone was predicting to be an incredibly close fight, which those 2 games.
There's 2 games. It could be a reverse sweep by La Cueva, but we will have to wait and see if La Cueva can pick up the pressure.
Absolutely. I mean, those 2 games were, it was 3-0, then 3-4. It was 1-1 for the longest time, just NMSU barely getting that last goal, 20 seconds remaining in game number 2. So if you're La Cueva, if you're NMSU, what are you talking about during this timeout?
So it is very interesting that La Cueva called the timeout. I think it's a great time for the coach to step in and try and point out some of the flaws. I'm seeing a lot of rotation issues on the La Cueva side, not able to start a play. I hope to see that they maintain that speed. I think that was their strongest suit against NMSU, to get through their defense.
Absolutely. I really just want to see what we saw in that first minute of game 1 from La Cueva, just coming out of the gate swinging
so fast. I don't know where it went. It looks like we're going to be getting right into game number 3 right away.
Yep, and here, backs against the wall from La Cueva. The next 3s are must-wins if they want to play against UNM in the finals directly after this.
This is the match for the final spot. It would be very interesting, very entertaining for the crowd tonight to see a reverse sweep by the La Cueva High School.
Absolutely. It's 2 demos already. 20 seconds into the game is Medulo looking to go in.
Going very quickly on a solo play. Let's see that aggression, giving NMSU a lot of space to work with, but NMSU luckily throws it away. That's a backboard pass. Another one.
Looking.
He's
Mabon, he's going to get it. And
Love
this is
to
what
see
we
the
saw
aggression.
in game number 1. These early, just coming out of the gate, making sure NMSU uses all of their boost still around the goal, can't get any more, and just playing these aggressively.
Very much. We need to see them. I fear that they get worn out, or perhaps NMSU switches play styles and just matches perfectly against the energy. I don't see much variation from the La Cueva side. I see a lot of speed and a lot of aggression. But if NMSU learns how to read that, there's not much La Cueva is doing to combat that.
Here, that's just going to be a goal. NMSU tying it up really quickly.
Very quickly.
Daily Scrub here just getting it in.
That was a beautiful attempt to flick it over one. Unfortunately, he had no players back in net to defend the remaining NMSU offense. Daily Scrub and Medulo winning, sending it to the NMSU possession.
Here, Maban looking. Here,
Daily
everyone
Scrub.
from La Cueva tied up once again, and every single time it's been tied up, the next goal has gone for NMSU. Here we have to see La Cueva pull something out that we have not seen so far yet in this series.
And that's the La Cueva third man keeping it in their half. We need to see some rotation from La Cueva.
Let's see.
Here's everyone back, killing in their corner.
Good
Magic
just
with
tip.
a beautiful save. Last second, I know he was sweating for that one.
Absolutely. Here, Magic again looking to get it in, and that's
Another
going
demo.
to be Modulo
2-1,
getting it in.
La Cueva up. Is that the first time La Cueva has been up in score? No, the first game
They had
were,
the first three.
The first game they
Yes.
were 3-0.
Technically, they were up in this game before because they were the first one to
They
score.
were the first goal.
But that was fairly quickly
Shut down, countered by
responded
NMSU.
to. But here,
Responded.
NMSU now, 3 minutes still of Rocket League left to play. That's a lot of time to work with.
That's
But
a long
La Cueva
time.
figuring it out, really.
La Cueva, that timeout apparently worked for them. They're playing
Absolutely.
differently. Playing more cohesive.
Magic with
With some
almost getting
confidence.
another one in.
An attempted midfield pass. Would have been a lovely pinch if they made the contact. Aiden off the wall,
Here's
keeping it
Sad Lad
away.
Looking for something.
Playing
Looks like we're
around
just going to
here.
play. Looks like we're going to play ping pong for a little bit, which La Cueva's happy with.
La
Here,
Cueva is
they're up
perfectly
one.
fine with.
NMSU,
It's interesting playing ping pong sideways.
Yes.
Not really making any progression upfield in either way.
I feel
Here
like
we
that's
go.
real ping pong when
Right,
it's
right.
side to side. Otherwise, it's just clearing back and forth.
I suppose that is correct. Let's see, out to Daily Scrub, Magic going to be there.
That's
with
an
the
open net.
response.
Sad Lad looking.
Modulo
Medulo
with
there.
a great clear down the center. A beautiful attempted redirect.
Let's see. Daily Scrub.
Modulo there to shut it down. Sad Lad keeping
see.
possession, keeping the pressure.
Magic
with a
with a good
bump
tip.
on the rotation out. Daily Scrub shooting it into the air. I feel like
Looking for some
NMSU is
aerials
realizing
here.
they're dominant in the skies.
Absolutely. Here.
Maven
Let's see,
trying to keep
90
it on the
seconds
ground.
remain. 2-1 still in the favor of La Cueva. La Cueva looking to win one for themselves, get this reverse sweep started. That's a demo here. Maban taken out. 3v2.
Up in the air.
Maban is back, has at least a little bit of boost. Trying to clear here from La Cueva, but NMSU just unrelenting aggression so far.
Relentlessly keeping it in their half. We finally see a clear out by Magic.
There's
Into
1
the
minute
NMSU side.
does remain. Modulo looking for something there, didn't quite get it as Maban gets a demo right there, and it's traded
Huge
immediately
demo.
right back.
Huge demo for possession by NMSU. Gonna fake the challenge, gonna try and slow down the game.
Here, 40 seconds remain. La Cueva perfectly happy to play ping pong for those full 40 seconds.
Very much. NMSU, I do see them trying something different, trying to slow down the play, take it to the air. They seem dominant and comfortable there.
But only
We see it.
22 seconds remain.
We're gonna need to see a quick play develop by NMSU if
Here.
they want to tie up this match.
Let's see, Aiden has possession, looking for
And he took
something.
it over.
But Maban, good clears.
Clear it out center. We have a Modulo ready in response.
3 seconds remain. As soon as it hits the ground, this game is over, and it looks like it's going to be La Cueva taking one. bringing this series to 2-1, still in favor of NMSU. But the reverse sweep might start now.
It's possible, and it would be great entertainment for everybody watching.
Absolutely. So
It's a great response to see from La Cueva. I'm glad that that timeout worked out in their favor, and we're able to see a strong response, something tangible on their side for their team. I don't want to see another sweep, and we haven't, fortunately.
No, absolutely. At this point, there's no sweeps.
There's no
absolutely just cannot happen. It is 2-1 here. NMSU still leading. La Cueva still need to win the next two. However, but if they get this next one, then we're into Game 5 territory, and then it doesn't matter. It's 2-2. You win one, you're into finals. So this is where I'm expecting the match to either be won or lost. I think NMSU is either going to win Game 4 3-1, or I think if La Cueva wins Game 4, they win Game 5 as well.
I'm willing to bet NMSU is going to take this round and close out the series here. I would like to be proven wrong, though. I would like to see more Rocket League play today.
Absolutely.
I would love to see, as a representative of the UNM Esports Rocket League team, I want to see more Rocket League than I see League played this afternoon.
Well, that's quite a lot of Rocket League. It's a standard League match is
much longer.
30-ish minutes, which is already 6 Rocket League matches.
Correct. I'm hopeful.
Yes. Here, 4.5 minutes to go, 30 seconds into the game, and not much has happened. A lot of aerials so far. NMSU, as you have said, seem to have figured out that they win all of these aerials. We have seen a lot of these La Cueva members missing these contests in the air, so we'll have to see if that strategy works out here for NMSU.
Interesting here in match point for NMSU, series point rather. This is the slowest game so far. I stand corrected with Sad Lad putting a shot on net, and La Cueva not there to defend
exactly what you had been talking about here. Sad Lad, that had been aerials the whole time and just off the top crossbar into the net.
NMSU taken to the skies. We have Maven on the La Cueva versus Daily Scrub. Maven get a Modulo, up for Kerov.
Yep.
Keeping in the NMSU side. Can we get a pass across net? We're going to see a clear from NMSU.
Something that I did notice looking at the scores from game number 3 is Sad Lad had a lower score, and I know the score is a little weird in Rocket League, but
perhaps sitting back a little more,
but
maybe playing in the midfield.
In games 1 and 2, it seemed to be mostly on the backs of Sad Lad to getting those wins. So we'll have to see if that was an adaptation or if that was just an off game from him.
For Sad Lad, yes.
Oh, that was a very close
50 in favor of La Cueva. Almost into the back of the NMSU net.
3 minutes remain here in game number 4. Here, NMSU do lead this series here.
Shot on net by Modulo.
It just goes in.
Corner.
Maban for a good just setup here.
And
Modulo just
play.
And that's how we've been seeing La Cueva get pretty much every single one of their goals is just this constant pressure around the NMSU net.
This constant fast pressure, perhaps trying to force a mistake from NMSU, which, yes, you have to play for, but it seems like they're playing off of the mistakes of NMSU and not making much of their own.
We'll have to see if that was very close to going in. But here, now, 2 members there to defense.
Where is the defense for La Cueva?
But just not quite there. A Sad Lad just puts it in.
Carrying it downfield. 2 defenders back on La Cueva. Neither can make contact.
Here, 2-1. NMSU once again up 1. 3.5 minutes remain. We are at halftime here.
It's going to go into the NMSU possession off the bat.
Let's see. La Cueva needing to keep this one alive, to keep their chances at the finals alive. Let's see.
See if we can see another win from La Cueva. They're only down 1 goal. This is still a very close game.
Absolutely.
Very close series.
Over 2 minutes remain here. They only need 1 goal. That is easily doable. Here's Aiden looking for a tip, and it's going to go right in. Daily Scrub gets that.
NMSU taking it to the skies, picking up the pace, just beating.
Just a good setup right there. Modulo just a little slow on contesting that aerial.
This time around, I'm seeing NMSU playing a lot faster, and I think it's just faster than La Cueva.
Let's see.
La Cueva really needs to work hard to maintain possession of the ball. And it seems like NMSU is just getting handed the ball.
La Cueva here need to put 2 in 2 minutes, a completely doable task, but they need to pick up the pace here very soon.
Seeing it on the La Cueva half still. Aiden with a
Sadlad
pass
gets
to
a demo.
Daily Scrub. Modula there for the defense and the clear.
Let's see,
Magic doing well to pass it to his team. Aiden still relentless in the skies.
Laban here looking to keep it in the skies here, trying to contest NMSU at their own game.
Sadlad off the backboard. Gets
looking
cleared
for
by
something.
Magic. Daily Scrub keeping it in, maintaining pressure. Aiden with the response.
Aiden looking. Here,
Sadlad
slightly
still
over
there.
a minute left in this game. 2 down as Sadlad makes it 3.
An insane presence by NMSU. Aiden on the backboard, ready for the tip down, didn't quite make it. Perhaps it was a fake. I just realized that was Sadlad's touch, and he wasn't a part of that goal.
Nope,
he was
that
sitting
was
in their net. That was an own goal.
That was a little bit of an own goal. There, La
It does
Cueva.
happen.
Oh, okay. Maban able to block that one. 3 goals down here from La Cueva. 1 minute to go. Here we
Bumped
need
by
to
Daily
see
Scrub.
something here out of La Cueva.
Modulo with the attempted dribble downfield gets stopped. Magic up, missing the aerial attempt, giving it to Sadlad. Modulo
Absolutely.
puts it on target.
Here,
No NMSU remotely
Modulo.
in the half to defend their own net.
here 2 to 4. 35 seconds remain. We need to see a good tip-off goal here from La Cueva if they want to stay alive.
It's getting very scary for La Cueva. I think they've run out of their steam. Their aggression is now becoming very timid.
Magic looking for it, but missed the aerial. It's Maban trying to get just something, but that's 2 members of NMSU in the goal.
Daily Scrub with the pinch attempt.
Here, 20 seconds remain. La Cueva need a miracle at this point.
La Cueva on top of each other. Not sure who's going to take possession.
Here,
Daily
NMSU
Scrub
looking
doing well
to
to keep
clinch
the
their
ball
tickets to
slow.
the finals.
Over
5
all of them,
seconds
that's going to
remain.
be a shot on net by Sadlad.
That's
And
Sadlad.
3 seconds and 3 goals. I hate to say it, but I think it's impossible in Rocket League.
Absolutely, man. They're Sadlad. Single-handedly, I think he's gotten 3 of these goals this game. Without him, that would be 2 to 2. Here we
to
get a
finish out the
tip-off.
game.
Still in the air.
Are we
Stay
going to
with
see them
Scrub.
kill it, or are we going to flex a little and try and keep it up? We are
That's-
not. Daily Scrub dropping the dribble. That series, NMSU taking the game against La Cueva.
Absolutely. Congratulations to NMSU clinching your ticket to see UNM in the finals here.
Another rematch, you might say, from the show match earlier this semester. We're going to see the varsity UNM team versus NMSU in the final round.
In the Red Rally week, from what I remember, I think UNM got swept
UNM
against
did
NMSU. So
very
this will be
poor.
a bit of a grudge match from both teams.
Very much. I am excited to see the rematch attempt. I want to see
Absolutely.
this game go all the way to Game 5. We are all the way to Game 5.
I at least don't want to sweep. As
I don't
someone
wanna
from
sweep.
UNM,
As
don't want the
UNM
sweep. Yeah,
representatives.
as UNM representative, I would prefer we win, but I would at least prefer the not the sweep. But before we go into that game, we will be right back and we will get into that game very shortly. Do not go anywhere. Hello, everybody, and welcome back. I am here with Sad Lad here from NMSU. How you doing today?
I'm doing pretty good, thank you.
Yeah, awesome. So, congratulations on the win. How do you feel about it?
Dude, I'm so nervous. I'm excited. I'm excited for finals.
You're
I'm
excited?
ready to be here.
Were you on the team that 3-0'd UNM like a month ago?
I think I was.
Okay, you think you were.
A month
Awesome.
ago. I
Well,
should have been, yeah.
Yeah, so are you expecting that again? Or are you expecting a closer match in finals? Tell me your thoughts about finals.
I think this is going to be a close series. I think UNM's going to give us a fight, but
All right.
Obviously I'm hoping
Obviously, you're hoping for the win. Obviously, I'm hoping for the UNM win.
Yeah, of course.
As someone from there. But, yeah, hopefully it'll be a really close match. Anything else that you want to say about the day or anything like that?
Well, not really. I'm just excited to be here. I'm having fun. I'm enjoying this.
Awesome. Well, thank you. Good luck on your finals facing up against UNM. Hopefully it'll be a good one. And we will be back at some point. Don't go anywhere. We'll send out a tweet when we are back for finals, UNM versus NMSU.
What if you could look forward 1 year, 4 years, 40 years? What does the future look like? How will you ignite it? This is where the future gets fueled, where ideas come to light and identities flourish. This is where we define opportunity as individuals and as a pack. Being a Lobo is about so much more than the classes you take. It's about the mark you make on your world, because the journey starts here, but it never ends. What will you ignite?
Right before a big tournament, you kind of just need to switch your mental. I think that's the major thing. You know, using ROG gear helps take a lot of stress off my shoulders and just like perform at my best, I guess you could say. I'm Booga, the 2019 Fortnite World Cup solo champion. I kind of just remember like having to kind of dial in and realize that like everything I do from this point forward is gonna add up. So everything that I was doing it for a purpose, kind of just focused on every little thing, every little detail. And then I remember they walked me down to the stage, jacket on, everything, got to hold up the trophy. It was just a complete adrenaline rush, and I don't even know, it's just crazy. I think the one major thing that I'm always trying to stay consistent at is being the best competitive player. Because I remember when I first started playing Fortnite and I got into the competitive scene, I made a promise to myself that I would always try to be the best competitive player I can be. And I feel like that's what I hold myself to. I guess the biggest thing that has changed since winning World Cup has been probably the standard that I'm held to. I feel like I have to, you know, just give everything my all, just gotta be a positive influence to people. I think the hardest thing about it is like realizing that everything you say, you know, you just have to be careful about. Like, you don't wanna mess up and like have people taking things out of context, making you look like a bad role model. There's a lot of people, you know, they'll just bash you whenever they can. Yeah, I mean, just use the haters as motivation and fuel. You know, using ROG gear in general helps take a lot of stress off my shoulders. In a major tournament or something that's super important, you don't want to have anything that's faulty or anything that messes up, because that one game or that one little thing could cost you the entire tournament. I have won 2 of the major tournaments on my region back to back while on my new PC. It was Trio FNCS, and then right after that, it was Trio Grand Royale. I was able to just sit there clear-minded and just think what I wanted to do next in the moment because of how smooth everything was running. So for those who dare, I mean, it just doesn't really matter what other people think. You kind of need to break all limits and focus on something you're super passionate about. And if you just are so focused on the goal and you just have your head towards it, I mean, I feel like you can just accomplish anything. For those who dare to dream big, dare to help others, dare to stand out, join me and the Republic.
What if you could look forward 1 year, 4 years, 40 years? What does the future look like? How will you ignite it? This is where the future gets fueled, where ideas come to life and identities flourish. This is where we define opportunity as individuals and as a pack. Being a Lobo is about so much more than the classes you take. It's about the mark you make on your world, because the journey starts here, but it never ends. What will you ignite?
Right before a big tournament, you kind of just need to switch your mental. I think that's the major thing. You know, using ROG gear helps take a lot of stress off my shoulders and just like perform at my best, I guess you could say. I'm Booga, the 2019 Fortnite World Cup solo champion. I kind of just remember like having to kind of dial in and realize that like everything I do from this point forward is gonna add up. So everything that I was doing it for a purpose, kind of just focus on every little thing, every little detail. And then I remember they walked me down to the stage, jacket on, everything, got to hold up the trophy. It was just a complete adrenaline rush, and I don't even know, it's just crazy. I think the one major thing that I'm always trying to stay consistent at is being the best competitive player. Because I remember when I first started playing Fortnite and I got into the competitive scene, I made a promise to myself that I would always try to be the best competitive player I can be. And I feel like that's what I hold myself to. I guess the biggest thing that has changed since winning World Cup has been probably the standard that I'm held to. I feel like I have to, you know, just give everything my all, just gotta be a positive influence to people. I think the hardest thing about it is like realizing that everything you say, you know, you just have to be careful about. Like, you don't want to mess up and like have people taking things out of context, making you look like a bad role model. There's a lot of people, you know, they'll just bash you whenever they can. Yeah, I mean, just use the haters as motivation and fuel. You know, using ROG gear in general helps take a lot of stress off my shoulders. In a major tournament or something that's super important, you don't want to have anything that's faulty or anything that messes up, because that one game or that one little thing could cost you the entire tournament. I have won 2 of the major tournaments on my region back to back while on my new PC. It was Trio FNCS, and then right after that, it was Trio Grand Royale. I was able to just sit there clear-minded and just think what I wanted to do next in the moment because of how smooth everything was running. So for those who dare, I mean, it just doesn't really matter what other people think. You kind of need to break all limits and focus on something you're super passionate about. And if you just are so focused on the goal and you just have your head towards it, I mean, I feel like you can just accomplish anything. For those who dare to dream big, dare to help others, dare to stand out, join me and the Republic.
What if you could look forward 1 year, 4 years, 40 years? What does the future look like? How will you ignite it? This is where the future gets fueled, where ideas come to life and identities flourish. This is where we define opportunity as individuals and as a pack. Being a Lobo is about so much more than the classes you take. It's about the mark you make on your world, because the journey starts here, but it never ends. What will you ignite?
Right before a big tournament, you kind of just need to switch your mental. I think that's the major thing. You know, using ROG gear helps take a lot of stress off my shoulders and just like perform at my best, I guess you could say. I'm Booga, the 2019 Fortnite World Cup solo champion. I kind of just remember like having to kind of dial in and realize that like everything I do from this point forward is gonna add up. So everything that I was doing it for a purpose, kind of just focused on every little thing, every little detail. And then I remember they walked me down to the stage, jacket on, everything, got to hold up the trophy. It was just a complete adrenaline rush, and I don't even know, it's just crazy. I think the one major thing that I'm always trying to stay consistent at is being the best competitive player. Because I remember when I first started playing Fortnite and I got into the competitive scene, I made a promise to myself that I would always try to be the best competitive player I can be. And I feel like that's what I hold myself to. I guess the biggest thing that has changed since winning World Cup has been probably the standard that I'm held to. I feel like I have to, you know, just give everything my all, just gotta be a positive influence to people. I think the hardest thing about it is like realizing that everything you say, you know, you just have to be careful about. Like, you don't wanna mess up and like have people taking things out of context, making you look like a bad role model. There's a lot of people, you know, they'll just bash you whenever they can. Yeah, I mean, just use the haters as motivation and fuel. You know, using ROG gear in general helps take a lot of stress off my shoulders. In a major tournament or something that's super important, you don't want to have anything that's faulty or anything that messes up, because that one game or that one little thing could cost you the entire tournament. I have won 2 of the major tournaments on my region back to back while on my new PC. It was Trio FNCS, and then right after that, it was Trio Grand Royale. I was able to just sit there clear-minded and just think what I wanted to do next in the moment because of how smooth everything was running. So for those who dare, I mean, it just doesn't really matter what other people think. You kind of need to break all limits and focus on something you're super passionate about. And if you just are so focused on the goal and you just have your head towards it, I mean, I feel like you can just accomplish anything. For those who dare to dream big, dare to help others, dare to stand out, join me and the Republic.
if you could look forward 1 year, 4 years, 40 years? What does the future look like? How will you ignite it? This is where the future gets fueled, where ideas come to light and identities flourish. This is where we define opportunity as individuals and as a pack. Being a Lobo is about so much more than the classes you take. It's about the mark you make on your world, because the journey starts here, but it never ends. What will you ignite?
Right before a big tournament, you kind of just need to switch your mental. I think that's the major thing. You know, using ROG gear helps take a lot of stress off my shoulders and just like perform at my best, I guess you could say. I'm Booga, the 2019 Fortnite World Cup solo champion. I kind of just remember like having to kind of dial in and realize that like everything I do from this point forward is gonna add up. So everything that I was doing it for a purpose, kind of just focused on every little thing, every little detail. And then I remember they walked me down to the stage, jacket on, everything, got to hold up the trophy. It was just a complete adrenaline rush, and I don't even know, it's just crazy. I think the one major thing that I'm always trying to stay consistent at is being the best competitive player. Because I remember when I first started playing Fortnite and I got into the competitive scene, I made a promise to myself that I would always try to be the best competitive player I can be. And I feel like that's what I hold myself to. I guess the biggest thing that has changed since winning World Cup has been probably the standard that I'm held to. I feel like I have to, you know, just give everything my all, just gotta be a positive influence to people. I think the hardest thing about it is like realizing that everything you say, you know, you just have to be careful about. Like, you don't want to mess up and like have people taking things out of context, making you look like a bad role model. There's a lot of people, you know, they'll just bash you whenever they can. Yeah, I mean, just use the haters as motivation and fuel. You know, using ROG gear in general helps take a lot of stress off my shoulders. In a major tournament or something that's super important, you don't want to have anything that's faulty or anything that messes up, because that one game or that one little thing could cost you the entire tournament. I have won 2 of the major tournaments on my region back to back while on my new PC. It was Trio FNCS, and then right after that, it was Trio Grand Royale. I was able to just sit there clear-minded and just think what I wanted to do next in the moment because of how smooth everything was running. So for those who dare, I mean, it just doesn't really matter what other people think. You kind of need to break all limits and focus on something you're super passionate about. And if you just are so focused on the goal and you just have your head towards it, I mean, I feel like you can just accomplish anything. For those who dare to dream big, dare to help others, dare to stand out, join me and the Republic.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the finals of the New Mexico Technology and East in Education Invitational. I'm Dieter Elegant Cabachambecki. That's
I'm back, Dylan Soupy Online, and I also play for the UNM team, so of course I'm rooting for them in this rematch, NMSU versus our UNM varsity.
absolutely. So this is New Mexico State University versus the University of New Mexico in our finals match. I feel like we always knew this is what it was going to be. This is part of it. This is what it's. This is almost always what it is. Everything. Whenever we do a competition like this statewide, it's almost always NMSU versus UNM.
The state rivalry.
Yeah, the state
true.
rivalry of Battle of I-25. I think
That
that's
makes
what
sense
it's called.
to me.
Yeah. Anyways. Interesting things to note about this match. Not a year ago. Well, a year ago, I'm sure we did play, and I'm pretty sure UNM won. A month ago, during Red Rally Rivalry Week.
That's a tough one.
NMSU clean swept us
Did.
3-0.
Yes, I can.
I believe it is the same 6 players as those 6 that were playing a month ago during the rivalry week. So we will see if we get a run back of that, NMSU just clean sweep UNM, or the land changes something if being in person, maybe another month of practice.
I would like to see that. During Red Rally, UNM was a little down on themselves for throwing that game so dominantly.
I know Fossil was really kicking himself for losing that one, so let's see if that lit a fire under this team to just reverse sweep almost. Get this sweep 3-0. It's not even close.
The UNM team is definitely very excited to be here in the finals and to see their rivals on the NMSU side of things also make it to the finals.
Absolutely. This is the rivalry match. We've seen this so many times over the years. I feel like this is especially in Rocket League, this is like the marquee rivalry event for UNM and NMSU.
It's almost becoming bigger than football and basketball. We do this so often.
Absolutely. I know we've had League, we've had Overwatch, we've played them in every game, but I'm pretty sure Rocket League is the one that we've played them the most in. Might be tied with League of Legends, but this is definitely up there.
I'll fully admit I don't pay attention to the League team as much. Most of my time is dedicated to the Rocket League team. But hopefully it'll be a good series.
Yep. Were you at the NM State Invitational, I want to say that was last spring when we all went down to State?
I was not.
Okay.
I don't know that I was part.
But we are actually into game number 1 here, the finals match. As the tip-off here comes off, Sad Lad gets that, but now Fossil has control of the ball.
All right, let's get right into game 1. About 10 seconds down, we're seeing UNM.
And already UNM score. Eekly puts that one in 12 seconds into the game.
Beautiful. Zane with the tap off the wall. Eekly there to clean it up and put it on net with none of NMSU back to defend.
Absolutely. And this is what we saw also versus NMSU from La Cueva, just coming out swinging in NMSU, not knowing how to defend against that. There, Aiden looking for something on it, but Tyler playing good defense.
Aiden there trying to keep it in front of the UNM net. Sad Lad gonna 50 it. Keeping the pressure, Eekly taking his time, trying to get it around Sad Lad. He succeeds. Is he going to get it around? 50
Air Fossil, a little bit to the left, not quite getting that one lined up, but Aiden was there to defend, even if it was on goal here. Daily Scrubs getting a good clear as Fossil gets it to the other side.
Seeing a lot of good rotation from both teams. I see NMSU spread out just enough to keep the pressure no matter where the ball ends up. See Fossil up trying to meet Aiden in the air.
Let's see, Daily Scrub trying to put this one in, and that was such a good defense by Zane right there from UNM.
We're going to see Eekly on ball, giving it up to Aiden. Aiden getting it over Fossil. Zane last back on defense.
A huge back and forth so far this game. Just both teams stealing the ball out from each other, trying to get it in, but so far, no real movement.
We need to see a little bit more play development. We get a big demo on the UNM side. Huge demo. Sad Lad
Is equally trying to defend with
running
that
through.
one. But 2 good demos in a row gets a goal right there for NMSU.
Sad Lad taking out the entire UNM defense, leaving it wide open for Daily Scrub to put it in the back of the net. Up on next kickoff, we're going to see Daily Scrub, and on the UNM side, we have
Fossil. Fossil getting a little bit better. Equally getting a demo right there. Sad Lad stops that one out. Tied up here 1-1 as
Huge win on the
NMSU
UNM
did
side.
even this one up. 3 minutes and 15 to go as Daily Scrub looking for a shot on goal, but Equally takes that one back.
Equally trying to keep it on the ground. I think they were paying attention in the past matches. NMSU likes it in the air.
But if we want to talk about what we've learned from these past matches, NMSU likes it from in the air, but it looks like UNM is perfectly fine to match them on their aerials, something that Locueva was maybe not quite able to do, but UNM perfectly happy to get into the air and just really get in there.
And stay up there and match their energy. I was speaking to some of the players. There was an idea, some talk of UNM trying to keep it on the ground. Doesn't look like that's going to be necessary.
Nope,
Looks like
here,
UNM is
halfway through game number 1 already, a little bit under 2.5 minutes left to go, 1-1. And so far, we're not seeing many plays being set up.
see UNM all on one side of the field, finally rotating and spreading out.
Shot on goal, but there's just so much defense here from both teams.
And Aiden not even hesitating, not even flinching at the shot on net. We're going to see Eakley with an attempted solo play. He's going to fake the air dribble.
Fossil picking it up now, going one-on-one versus Aiden, but all 3 members of NMSU are there. Clearing the ball here, Eakley missing that pickup. It looks like UNM will get a good clear as well. No, Sad Lad looking for something, but Eakley gets a demo, relieving a lot of pressure.
Zane on point, trying to make a play. Fossil clearing the net.
Oh, Fossil and
Aiden
Sad
with
Lad
a
in the
big
1v1 here. Aiden looking for something. There's 2 members there from both teams kind of missed the ball.
Let's see what play can develop here.
Eakley with a good air dribble, but Sad Lad, the
There to shut it
MVP
down.
from last match, really trying to put this one in for NMSU. A little bit over a minute remain here. Still 1 versus 1. But here, Sad Lad looking to put it in, and he gets it.
Sad Lad finds that top right corner completely undefended by UNM. See Fossil at the near post jumping early for a backboard. Zane unable to jump fast enough to save the ball.
Here, 64 seconds for UNM to even this one up, bring it to overtime.
We have a straight kickoff for the 4th point.
Here's
Goes
Zane
to
looking.
Zane, big clear. Fossil there for the contest. Zane last back.
It's
See
all
Fossil trying to
6
attempt
members.
to redirect. It is
Daily
over
Scrub.
NMSU. They do well to recover and reorient the ball in their favor.
Here on NMSU's side, Eakley trying to keep the pressure up, but 3 members from NMSU are here. Let's
All
see,
3.
6v or 3v3 here on NMSU's side. Boost is going to be low, but that is a good clear from NMSU.
Eakley throwing the ball up the wall. Zane attempting to take possession.
Also with a good clip, but here Sad Lad now trying to be here. 3 members of UNM are over here. Fossil trying to clear the ball.
Huge
That's Aiden.
demo from Fossil with Aiden on ball.
But 10 seconds remain. UNM needs to win something here. Needs to get a goal. They have 5 seconds to keep this one in the air. And they
And it's
barely,
gonna touch the ground. Narrowly avoiding a last goal.
Narrowly avoiding the 3-1. Didn't really matter that much even if that one went in. But NMSU State taking 1-0 here so far in this best of 5, and
In the best of 5 match.
I don't want to call it now,
No.
but I mean that is
That
is one of 3
indicator.
here for the sweep.
Already on the side for a sweep for NMSU. Hopefully UNM can gain their bearings and come back with a rebuttal.
Absolutely. I mean, I'm excited for the 5. I want to see a 5-game match. I don't think we've seen one, possibly the entire tournament. I wasn't watching group stages. I don't know. But today, 3-0, 3-1, as here we are into game number 2 already. NMSU up 1-0 in this series.
1-0 NMSU coming in hot on the UNM side. We're going to get clear out.
Here. And I think after watching this match so far, 1 game and the La Cueva match, the NMSU loses when someone is able to take care of Sad Lad and all of the aggression that he is putting out, if that makes sense.
I believe you did a interview with Sad Lad just before this match, just before we took a break for lunch, as he was the MVP on the NMSU side. If UNM could potentially keep the ball away from him, it would do them well.
Yes. I think that is definitely something they need to look out for. And part of that, I think, is Sad Lad is simply the person from NMSU that is playing the most far forward, so he gets the most goals, where the rest of his team, sets him up really well. And I'm not looking at that. I'm just looking at the person
looking at who's putting the ball in the net.
Looking at the person who's putting the ball into the goal.
As I'm sure, I don't mean to discredit the rest of the NMSU team by any means. It's all important.
Absolutely.
From a viewer's standpoint, yes, we're looking at the one putting shots on net.
Here, Aiden, good defense there. It's Fossil looking for something.
Almost like Fossil is listening to the commentary,
Sad Lad
aiming for a demo
now
on Sad Lad. He's got
here, Daily Scrubs. Looking for something. UNM wants to clear this over to NMSU's side.
Fossil off the ceiling. Sad Lad there to beat Zane. Eakley last back.
Eakley here should be able to get something.
It is around Sad Lad. It is on Aiden to make progress.
You're 2 minutes into this match already and still 0-0. And we saw this. Oh, and already every time. I feel like I've cast or cursed it. I've commented on the score. Immediately Sad Lad brings it back 1-0 here to NMSU in game number 2.
Finds the opening. It looks like Zane had an unintentional side flip going up for the defense. We have Zane versus Aiden on the kickoff.
Zane getting a good kickoff there, but Daily Scrub picks it up.
Zane
Fossil trying to find something. Eakley looking.
Zane
Ball
making
is
a block
in
attempt.
NMSU's court here.
Huge cross past the NMSU net. Eakley doing well to keep it away from Aiden.
Here Zane looking
Flipper
for something, trying to get past 2. Not quite able to do
throwing
it.
it up to the backboard. Daily Scrub taking possession, not doing well not to bang it away back to UNM immediately.
Sad Lad here, possession of this ball, looking for something on the net.
Looks like the ball is bouncing back to Aiden very gently, uncontested.
Eakley here with a good clear.
And playing a bit of ping pong, we have Zane banging it back down to the NMSU side. Aiden stopping it in the halfway point.
Halfway through this match, a little bit over that, 2 minutes remain. UNM need to fight back if they want to try and keep this from going to match point immediately. Oh, that's a demo on Eakley. Put the ball in NMSU's court. Let's see, UNM looking for something as Aiden has control of the ball. Sad Lad demoed there by Eakley.
Very scary save from Fossil. Eakley going to take possession. He's not going to reach for a 50. NMSU keeping a lot of pressure on the UNM players right now.
Absolutely. Sad Lad here just playing to kind of keep the ball over here. Good defense there by Eakley. Shot in the goal there by Sad Lad.
Let's see, Eakley finally with a big clear. Can someone follow it up from the UNM side? They
demo
get
there.
Beat.
Another demo. One for
Demo's
one.
being traded back and forth. Close
Sad
shot by
Lad
Aiden.
trying to look for that. As Zane now has control.
Zane with
Daily
a shot
Scrub
on net.
gets it. 1 minute remain here. UNM looking to keep this in, looking for at least overtime. Oh, that was such a
NMSU
good,
taunting UNM, crossing it in front of their own net.
a good defense there by Sad Lad here. UNM want to get one in. get this to overtime, win at least there, and then bring this to 1-1 in the best of 5. 30 seconds remain here.
Attempted block by Aiden, shut down by Fossil in the demo. Perhaps losing him the ball, unfortunately.
Aiden here keeping it up. NMSU just want to keep this ball. They're perfectly fine playing ping pong as Eakly with a good defense. That was Daily Scrubs getting another 2-0 here. NMSU with 18 seconds remaining.
Eakly with an insane block on the crossbar.
Not
Unfortunately,
able to
the
get
only
the
option
second
for the
part.
ball was to go right back into the NMSU shooter.
Here, 18 seconds. UNM need to get a good goal. And then another tip-off.
See possession early, the UNM
10 seconds remain.
With 10 seconds left on the clock, it's not looking well for UNM to make a comeback.
Here, Zaynalek getting a good defense, but it's going to be 3-0 with 1 second remaining.
Not looking well for UNM.
Absolutely not.
So far, we're 2-0 in the series. NMSU looking to recreate the a sweep we saw earlier from the other teams in the bracket.
That should be all she wrote. Keeping it up alive.
Keeping it up, trying to taunt, trying to flex a little with the skills.
Yeah, I'm not expecting anyone to actually get anything in. Sadlad nearly
shot.
actually getting another one.
And
So UNM did call a timeout here. So they will have, I don't know how long.
I'm not sure we have a limit on the
is.
time.
Yeah,
Usually it's
we'll
not
have
too long.
a little bit of time here to talk about what they need to do in game number 3 to keep this from being a sweep. What do you want to see?
What do I want to see from the UNM side? I need to see more play development. I often see Eakly as I play with these players often. I see him passing out to the center field and Zane taking shots. I want to see Fossil back in their half playing a good, strong third. I'm not seeing their normal gameplay here today. Maybe that's good. Maybe that's doing better than they did in Red Rally. We'll have to wait and see.
Absolutely.
I hope for a reverse sweep from UNM.
And now what I'm really worried about from UNM is they were here before. I know that they were super disappointed in their performance from Red Rally where they were 3-0'd by NMSU, and now they're on the brink of being 3-0'd once again. What do you think that's doing in their minds?
It can't be good. I'm sure it's taking a hit to their mentality. I hope that they're taking that as a fire to spark, to give them the energy to come back in this series with a reverse sweep.
Absolutely. That's what I'm looking for. I'm at least looking for one game here.
At this point, we're looking for one.
We're looking for one game, and that's all we need. From there, we can build
Definitely.
to
Build that
3
momentum.
games there. But we want to at least see one. And even last game, that was a 2-0.
Yes, it was 2-0. Not huge, high-scoring games, but they did run away with it for a little bit there. Strong defense. We just need to convert that over to offense on the UNM side. As far as NMSU, keep doing what you're doing. It's doing great.
They don't need to change anything. They're happy. Their mental's fine. They're like, whatever. We have 3 games. We feel confident after game 1, after game 2. They really want to just keep playing their game.
Feeling happy, feeling relaxed. Don't let that go to your head, though.
I mean, we kind of saw that from La Cueva in their match, where I think they did play a little bit looser against La Cueva that game 3 and allowed La Cueva back into the series.
It seems like it.
Oh, that was almost going in
UNM
there by
again.
Zane.
Sad lad there for the defense. Daily Scrub.
Here's Eakly gets a clear, and once again, we're just playing aerials. Here, UNM. I want to see just aggression out from UNM. Let's see what they're going to be able to do.
I'm sure they tried to rally their energy. Aiden with a big clear out. Zane able to take control. Can Zane get it out across the net, or is he going to go for a solo play? He's met by Sad Lad off the wall. Fossil there to pick it up. Daily Scrub with the clear.
Eakly here.
Meeting at the midfield. Aiden already up in the air with a shot on goal.
And that's
Daily Scrub tipping it off target.
Sad Lad trying to boost in, get that one into the net, but UNM good defense, keeping that one out. Equally looking for that is Zane. Looking to keep this in the net.
Downfield.
They have two here, UNM 2v2. Here Fossil looking for something. Gets
Fossil
the
finding
demo
a
on
demo.
Aiden. Zainalek looking for something here. UNM needs to be careful. Equally looking to try and clear this one out.
Zane
Aiden looking to
Oak
contest
there
him.
waiting for a tip down.
There are a lot of midfield play to Sad Lad once again just zooming in, and a good just demo there from Eakley.
Eakley with the defensive demo. Eakley trying to get it out of their corner and develop a play. All of UNM in their front corner.
Absolutely, they really want to get it out of here. This is a dangerous spot to be in. Eakley 2v1 here, trying to do something, has boost to work with.
Zane Old taking control.
Here, Sad Lad gets a clear, maybe a shot on net for him. As UNM is trying to get this one over to NMSU side.
Daily Scrubs missing the claim, taking possession. Zane will take it back. Can he get it across the net?
Oh, looking for something, and that's going to be Eakley scoring.
Looking for his teammate Eakley, waiting patiently down in the box on the NMSU side.
Yeah, Zane just buying time there. Fossil, I think Fossil touched that one as well. I'm not entirely certain.
Not entirely sure. I don't know that it was a wise idea for both of them to be going for that shot. Fossil dominating the kickoff.
Winning that kickoff here.
Sad
as UNM up.
Early possession.
2.5 minutes gone and left to go halfway as UNM are up 1-0. All right, no one scored immediately after I said that this time.
That's a good breaking the curse. One play out of the time.
All right, here.
Eakley
up
looking
in the
for another
air.
bump. Zane with the pass out midfield. Fossil going to take possession, trying to get across. Sad Lad there to meet him at the top corner of the pitch. Aiden with the attempted air dribble. Zane fast to the ball.
See what they're going to be able to do.
Daily Scrub taking it downfield. No one there for a pass. It's just a threat.
Eakley and Aiden here, seeing who can get it. And Zane looking for a shot on the goal, not quite able to get that one.
Fossil quick to recover
Eakley.
possession. We have a double commit on the NMSU side, both missing the ball. We see Zane also going up for the ball and missing.
With the demo. 3v2 Fossil looking for a patient just goal right there, but it was taken out from under him. Another shot on the goal, and they get it!
Zane coming back for UNM.
Zaneling putting that one in. Here, let's watch that one again. I really thought NMSU had the time to get there, but no, neither Aiden nor Sad Lad were there. 2-0 here, UNM looking to take this game too.
Zane and Daily Scrub up for kickoff.
Let's see.
Unorthodox. Zane gives up the kickoff to Eakley.
Let's see. UNM looking to win this one, keeping their hopes alive for the reverse sweep.
See Aiden trying to keep the play going. He misses the ball, giving it to Fossil.
Fossil looking.
Eakley looking for a bump, only finding contact with his teammate.
Zane looking.
Eakley with a fast 50.
Aiden getting a good tip just up there, but that's a very dangerous defense. Zane looking for something, going on the 1v1. Eakley looking for something else. Let's see. 45 seconds remain here. NMSU needs 2 goals here to bring it to overtime.
Shot from Aiden doesn't quite go the way he wanted.
That's a good shot on goal.
Fossil with clear possession. He's got the entire field to work with.
30 seconds here. And UNM really just trying to run out the clock at this point. They are up 2. They are super comfy even if they give up 1. Let's see, 15 seconds
remaining. It's
and that's
like
going to be
shot
another.
From Zane.
Zane getting at least 2 of the 3. I don't remember who got the first one. But just cleanly in there, 3-0. Pretty impossible for NMSU to come back for this. UNM looking to start the reverse sweep here.
Doing very well to keep the pressure alive, even towards the end of the match.
Absolutely.
This is the same turnout we saw from past games, taking Game 3 away from NMSU. Can UNM keep the momentum?
And that is going to be it. NMSU is calling a timeout here after this Game 3 that they did lose here, trying to reset themselves, get back into Game 1, Game 2 form. And really, I also wonder, there is an amount of timeout in esports where you're trying to disrupt the flow, right?
The momentum of the winning team. That is very important.
It's much bigger in Valorant when there's 13 rounds, but if someone goes on too many hot streaks, that's when you call the timeout. You tell your team, like, all right,
just break up the
chill
momentum,
out
relax
for a little bit, and then
get back into it.
Get back into it. And a lot of the time it works, so I do like this timeout strategy from NMSU. Even though their backs are not against the wall, they're still up in the series 2-1. They just don't want to lose this next one and then go to Game 5. Now you're sweating.
Correct.
So here, NMSU calls the timeout. Do like that, as it looks like we are getting into game fairly soon.
We're probably still waiting on a timeout, letting the coaches interact with their players, change up speed and rotation. I do want to point out, I did see on the UNM side they were playing more typical that time around. Maybe they heard me, who knows. It's looking better. It's looking promising. I would like to see this go to at least a Game 5. We're obviously going to see a Game 4.
I'm always excited for Game 5s. No matter what the title, I want the Game 5.
It's much more pressure, much more intense, exciting. There in that game, in the Game 4, we were much more excited to see the reverse goals, the rebuttals from UNM.
Absolutely. And here, looks like we are loading into the game here for game number 4, UNM versus NMSU. NMSU up 2-1. Just need one more to win.
Looking to close out the series. UNM looking for a reverse sweep.
Here, Fossil wanting to clear this one out.
Fossil beating.
Already fairly big aggression. This is what we were seeing from last game, I want to say. It was a lot of shots on goal, a lot of ball time on UNM's side, but just really good defense from UNM.
Fossil trying to carry upfield with one
Sad
back.
Lad just barely
close
blocking
shot.
that. Here, Zane looking for another
drop on net. Eakley with a pass out. No one from UNM there to capitalize. Just NMSU. Aiden to clear it out. Zane throwing it back to the NMSU side.
Absolutely. Here, UNM looking for something. 1 minute already down in this game. No one scored. 0-0. Fossil looking for something. Aiden clearing the ball towards the UNM side, but Fossil is here to clear that one out.
Seeing Daily Scrub trying to develop a pass. He does get it out to the net.
Oh, that's a good demo there from Aiden.
Aiden attempting the shot, finds the man in the car.
Here, Eakley.
Eakley with a great 50 from the ceiling. Eakley attempting to get it across net.
Zane looking for something to set up. 2 demos, one for each side, and that might just stop that play in its tracks.
Fossil here low on boost, trying to act like he has it. Finds the 50. Zane taking possession.
Zane looking for it. Daily Scrubs not quite able to touch that ball. It's Aiden having huge amount of just dribbling time so far this game. Fossil looking to clear it.
Fossil still has possession. He's going to try and throw it out across the NMSU net.
I don't know which UNM player that was that went across the screen, but I think if he hit that, that might have been a goal right there, or at least a shot on the goal, as Aiden tipping it up.
Fossil back on defense, gets the clear. Aiden retaking possession.
Absolutely. Here, Eakley looking. Zane looking for just aerial defense here as Fossil gets possession of the ball once again.
Aiden up for a solo play, looking for Daily Scrub.
Oh, Zane
Daily
here,
with a pass.
dangerous for UNM. Fossil has it. Sad Lad has control of the ball, but Zane, good defense there in that corner.
Zane last on defense, able to clear it out. Zane looking for a pass. Fossil taking it to their corner. It is the safest place for the ball as far as NMSU is concerned. It's going to go back to the
looking for
half.
something. Wasn't quite able to get it. As now Eakley has control of the ball.
Eakley looking for a pass. None of his team is up for it.
Oh, but he nearly put that one in himself. Looking for the 1v3 is Daily Scrub here. 1v2. Sadlad and Aiden are here as Eakley and Zane looking to take this one back. Daily Scrub with a good defense there. Just knowing where to be, where he needs to be for his team. A little under 2 minutes here. No one there for UNM to put it back in as Eakley looking for another shot on goal.
Also with the attempted stop, backflips instead, doesn't make boost or ball. Zane with the clang off their backboard.
Here, 90 seconds do remain. Still 0-0. Neither one of these teams wanting to give up any sort of goal.
No space. Neither team giving an inch.
Here,
no mistakes.
UNM's back still against the wall. Need to win this one to bring it to a game number 5. But also, if NMSU at this point, I feel like whoever gets that first goal may just win this game.
This may be a 1-0 game from either side.
1 minute does remain. Here, it feels like we're already in overtime.
It does. Gonna need to see one of the teams back off and redevelop rotation.
Absolutely. Here,
Try and
Eakley
get a
looking for
play
something.
started.
Zane gets a demo. Sadlad gets a defense.
Looks like the
Here,
NMSU
ball is on
defense
NMSU's
is
side.
broken up.
Eakley trying to get possession. Fossil is here.
Let's see
Eakley
it.
setting
Seeing
it up.
Eakley with a pass.
Oh, that's Aiden missing, but Sadlad. The good, clear Fossil
on net
getting
by
up defense.
Fossil's
Oh,
back
Aiden
for it.
setting his team up. And a demo there onto Aiden from Eakley.
Eakley with a defensive demo.
20 seconds here until we're going to just go into overtime here in game number 4. This feels
quite
like
interesting.
game 5 levels of just hype already.
Very intense gameplay from both sides. I'm willing to bet if we hit overtime, one team is going to score very soon. After the
Absolutely.
reset.
I don't think we're not going into 10 minutes of overtime here.
I don't believe so. We have Daily Scrub and Zane up for kickoff.
All right, here on the kickoff.
We see Fossil
fairly
taking the
neutral.
kickoff again.
Sadly, everyone just missed the ball a little bit right there.
Everyone seems a little frantic, a little panicked. I'm willing to bet the first team to relax is going to score
Oh, that's Fossil. Barely 2 shots on the goal right there. Missing from UNM. Now as Aiden has control of the ball. Eakley here on defense looking to get it. 50 going fairly neutral there.
50. A neutral 50 off to the sidewall. Fossil to the backboard looking for a double tap. He finds it off the double tap.
We heard that from the caster studio as Fossil brings this to a game 5.
Fossil with the apology. The crowd loves that energy. We're going to take it to a game 5 after all.
Yeah, UNM 2 in a row.
2 in a row.
Here,
Can they
bringing
get 3?
it to game number 5 here. What else is there to say?
I'm sure they're not happy this is going all the way to a game 5, but I'm sure they're ecstatic about the energy that they've brought back from the beginning. NMSU still doing quite well. Sadlad dominating the NMSU team. I don't know what to expect in game 5.
I've seen
2-2.
game 5s where game 4s are that close, and then one team just like goes 0-7.
Right.
And like you see that, you see games like that game 4 where no one scores until overtime. So I have no idea what to expect right here.
The prediction probably falls on the NMSU side. But UNM is doing well to come back.
Absolutely.
I'm very excited to see what happens.
Absolutely. Here, 2-2. Down to the wire, both teams backs against the wall here in order to win the NM Technology and Education Invitational here in Rocket League. NMSU versus UNM, Game 5. How more hype could it even be?
It's so exciting. Immediately into a Game 5 in the finale. Love to see it.
Fossil has it. I want to see a high-scoring game. I want to see just 4-4 high-stress game.
Now let me ask you, what's more exciting, a high-scoring game or like we saw in Game 4 where no one scores, everyone's on edge, and it gets pushed all the way to overtime?
I think it's more fun when it's one team scores, the other one knocks it back. they
I
score
could
a
see that.
second time.
From a viewer's standpoint, I could see that.
Yes.
High scoring, high octane gameplay. We're seeing it go.
Unfortunately,
in
I
UNM's
don't think we're
possession.
going to see that. We're almost a minute already in. Eekly almost just edging that one in through the corner. Here,
UNM
Zainalek.
taking care to keep it in the Animus you have.
Absolutely.
Right in front of the Animus goal.
Really weird camera angles that we're seeing right here.
Let it
Seeing
be
back.
known we are relying on the game itself to.
And there
end
we
this
go,
one. And we have an
Zainalek.
early goal from Zane. Oh, I can't pronounce that name every time I try. From Zane.
Zane
off
Olk?
the ceiling.
Is
I
that what-
believe the last name is
Zane
Olk.
Olk? Zane Olk.
Those
not
are
Ol-
awkward
yeah,
consonants to have
Olak.
next to each other.
Yes.
Up, going into the
If it was
second
a
point.
C, it would be
It would be,
Olak. Yeah.
might make more sense in my
Okay,
head.
Zane. Here.
Yeah, Zane. Daily scrub.
1-2-0. NMSU needs to respond right here. They don't want to wait this, wait out, get really high stress. They
With-
want to respond, get back into a more neutral game state here.
At this point, with the early goal from UNM, NMSU has to make their attempt now, or risk UNM becoming too comfortable on defense.
Absolutely. I also don't think that UNM wants to become too comfortable on defense, because you see that sometimes where the team gets too comfortable and then they need to score again.
And then they relax.
Yes, and then they get scored on again.
Yeah.
So here we want to see UNM just keep up
Maintain.
the aggression, I think. I think they definitely want to try and get another goal, make this an insurmountable lead. But here,
Yes.
Aiden, only one over here to members of UNM, able to
Unfortunate
get there in
pitch.
time.
Too high across the net. Yes, we want to see UNM maintain aggression, maintain possession.
Absolutely.
Becoming too complacent can be the detriment of a team in a game like this. NMSU would be able to take huge advantage. Sad lad with getting it past Zane off the wall.
Here,
Fossil
two
there
and a
to
half
clear.
minutes left in the game. 2 minutes gone, 2 minutes left to play. UNM still 1 up. As NMSU looking to even this one up as the ball is nearly going into NMSU's net right there.
Fossil there, stopping Aiden in his tracks. That's a new thing in this series. Aiden usually faster to the ball in the air.
So that's Aiden getting
Going back
demoed
to
once
Fossil.
again. Eekly
Fossil full boost, already in the air.
looking
Looking
to set
for
this
a
one
solo
up.
play. Might have been on net.
Zane looking.
Daily Scrub wasn't there to stop it. Daily Scrub taking it all the way to the UNM side. Fossil clearing it up high. Zane fast to the ball.
Let's see,
Aiden
Fossil
looking to be
looking for
playing out.
something. Minute 45 left to play.
Eekly with a double tap off the wall, looking for a passing play.
Fossil looking to center this.
Fossil
Seeing
keeping
if there's
possession.
something. Oh, Zane
Zane.
missing. Looking for a shot
Moving a
on
little
goal, but now
fast.
UNM needs to get back to their own net.
Daily
Daily
Scrub
Scrub.
over Eekly. Fossil.
Fossil and
meeting him in
Eekly
the air.
here, looking for something.
Sad,
Sad
lad.
lad.
Going
Playing
all the way to
defense,
the
but that's
third.
UNM. Looking to put this one in.
Very close, top left corner of the net. Zane up
Eekly
early.
Zane.
Gets it around to Aiden. Daily Scrub gonna take control, try and do it himself. Aiden with the bump in net, leaving UNM's net wide open for a shot.
But
Wasn't
here,
found
Fossil
by Sad Lad.
Trying to clear it. Back
Fossil
into
making a solo
NMSU,
play,
and
and it's
Fossil
just past
gets
the
it.
defense.
1 minute remaining. UNM up 2-0.
2-0. 2-2 in the series. All the way to game 5. UNM coming back with the reverse sweep. There's still a minute left. It's still possible for you NMSU
Absolutely.
to come back in this game.
UNM can't let
Sad
their
lad.
guard down here. Down from 0-2 here in this series, bringing it all the way back to Game 5, and now up in Game 5. UNM looking to reverse sweep their way to this championship.
I'm seeing a lot less faking quick chats from Eekly in this game.
Absolutely.
Actually kind of hoping to see a return of that. It's quite entertaining. Zane up in the air. Fossil
Here,
trying to
Fossil
drop it
looking
down
for
in the net.
something. Yeah, this is
NMSU
UNM.
there to pinch it out. Eekly
UNM
last
trying to
back.
keep just this ball on the side of NMSU, as Zane just barely getting the defense right there. Eekly and Fossil in net.
Both Eakley and Fossil hesitating to the clear. Zane waiting for a pass on the wall.
Here, 10 seconds remain. NMSU need to get something here, then get a tip-off, but 5 seconds remain. UNM.
NMSU cannot find the back of
NMSU
the net. Does Aiden make
does
it
not
off the
get
crossbar?
UNM win this in 5. Bring out the reverse sweep. The Lobos take it here.
So much entertainment getting to a Game 5 in the finale here for NMTIE, bringing together
Absolutely.
the New Mexico schools and colleges
In
the world of esports.
the hypest grand finals you can imagine.
Fantastic.
Maybe a sweep, then the reverse sweep, just comebacks, and
both fans on either side both had their moment of hope and
Absolutely.
defeat, and you love to see it turn around like that. I'm very happy to see UNM taking this one away this time around.
absolutely a story from them trying to come back, and we will be right back with an interview with one of the victorious UNM members. Probably
We'll be
Fossil.
speaking from Fossil, the captain of the UNM varsity team.
We'll be right back. Hello, everybody, and welcome back. I am joined with Eakley. I lied a little bit. This is not Tyler. We got an interview from him earlier. So, Eakley, how does it feel?
Feels good. Very stressful.
Very stressful. I was
yeah.
sweating here
Yeah.
all of Game 4.
I mean,
I have
I'm
to
still
imagine
shaking.
you were. So, how did you reset the mental after Game 2?
Well, after that timeout, we know they were just stealing our boosts, being super aggressive. We knew that we had to slow it down to an extent, take control of the game, set our own pace, and it just worked out from there.
Mm-hmm. And so is that just when you're in those high stress situations, you always call for the timeout, or do you try to work through it in game?
It's a mix of both. If we know we're losing Game 2, then we're going to start talking about it. But after that timeout, we just discussed everything. I mean, we had 30 seconds left, even after the timeout, just to chill, set the nerves, and yeah.
Well, awesome. Congratulations to you. I know it must feel good coming back after the 3-0 from Red Rally Week, bringing it all the way to Game 5 in the championship finals. You can't have a better story than that. Any final words from you?
No, I'm just really proud of my team. I am a freshman, so being the young gun, I guess, on the team, Fossil helps a lot, and so does Zane. And Fossil just clutched Game 4. Zane, too, is just amazing. Just glad to be here.
Well, thank you for the interview. Congratulations
Thank you.
once again. And we will be back shortly with the championship finals between New Mexico State University and New Mexico Tech in League of Legends. Don't go anywhere.
What if you could look forward 1 year, 4 years, 40 years? What does the future look like? How will you ignite it? This is where the future gets fueled, where ideas come to light and identities flourish. This is where we define opportunity as individuals and as a pack. Being a Lobo is about so much more than the classes you take. It's about the mark you make on your world, because the journey starts here, but it never ends. What will you ignite?
Right before a big tournament, you kind of just need to switch your mental. I think that's the major thing. You know, using ROG gear helps take a lot of stress off my shoulders and just like perform at my best, I guess you could say. I'm Booga, the 2019 Fortnite World Cup solo champion. I kind of just remember like having to kind of dial in and realize that like everything I do from this point forward is gonna add up. So everything that I was doing it for a purpose, kind of just focused on every little thing, every little detail. And then I remember they walked me down to the stage, jacket on, everything, got to hold up the trophy. It was just a complete adrenaline rush, and I don't even know, it's just crazy. I think the one major thing that I'm always trying to stay consistent at is being the best competitive player. Because I remember when I first started playing Fortnite and I got into the competitive scene, I made a promise to myself that I would always try to be the best competitive player I can be. And I feel like that's what I hold myself to. I guess the biggest thing that has changed since winning World Cup has been probably the standard that I'm held to. I feel like I have to, you know, just give everything my all, just gotta be a positive influence to people. I think the hardest thing about it is like realizing that everything you say, you know, you just have to be careful about. Like, you don't wanna mess up and like have people taking things out of context, making you look like a bad role model. There's a lot of people, you know, they'll just bash you whenever they can. Yeah, I mean, just use the haters as motivation and fuel. You know, using ROG gear in general helps take a lot of stress off my shoulders. In a major tournament or something that's super important, you don't want to have anything that's faulty or anything that messes up, because that one game or that one little thing could cost you the entire tournament. I have won 2 of the major tournaments on my region back to back while on my new PC. It was Trio FNCS, and then right after that, it was Trio Grand Royale. I was able to just sit there clear-minded and just think what I wanted to do next in the moment because of how smooth everything was running. So for those who dare, I mean, it just doesn't really matter what other people think. You kind of need to break all limits and focus on something you're super passionate about. And if you just are so focused on the goal and you just have your head towards it, I mean, I feel like you can just accomplish anything. For those who dare to dream big, dare to help others, dare to stand out, join me and the Republic.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the New Mexico Technology in Education Invitational. I'm Dieter Elegant Cabbage Hambicki. That's Henry Freestein. What's your last name?
Hamill.
Hamill? I want it like Mark Hamill?
Yeah, exactly.
Exactly. Okay.
Just spelled a little different.
A little different. Awesome. But anyways, here we are into game number 1 of a best of 3 for New Mexico Tech versus New Mexico State University. NMSU looking to get a championship here as UNM narrowly just took the win over them in Rocket League. What's your prediction going into this match?
I'm predicting NMT 2-1.
2-1?
Sure.
Okay.
Yeah.
I think I'm going to go NMT 2-0.
Really?
That's not. I don't think that the teams are that different in skill diff. I think that it is. You very rarely see actually 2-1s. It's always 2-0s.
That's true. Both of the games yesterday
Yes.
were 2-0s.
Even
yeah.
just across collegiate, I've watched so much collegiate League of Legends over in my years. It's like always a 2-0. They'll never come back. It's a little sad how little, like, you play game 1, it looks close, and then game 2 is just like just a stop.
The momentum factor is an underrated thing in League. Like, if you win the first game, it's just very likely that you win the next one.
That's not to say it always happens. Boise State, in particular, they do a Boise where they smack game 1 completely in draft game 2 and then go back to what they did in game 1 and win game 3. It's hilarious. Hopefully we don't see that. I want to see at least 3 competitive games if we do get that game 3. And it looks like we are getting the pro draft links here, so we should be into game or into draft fairly soon. Any predictions for draft?
Well, I don't know a ton about these teams' draft. They seem to pick new champions every time I play against them. NMT personally told me they spent 4 hours on their draft last night, so
okay.
they definitely have multiple different plans prepared. NMSU, I don't know as much. They definitely play around Smexy a lot. Gonna look to pick an engaged support, usually melees, but I've seen him on different things before.
Yeah, he played a Renata Glask game yesterday, and I've seen him on, I know he plays Rel. I think he can really play pretty much anything. I don't remember ever seeing him on anything like a Nami or a Karma, but if you can play Renata Glask, you should be able to play any other Enchantress.
Yeah. I've seen him on Seraphine, but he's a Rel main at heart, so you're definitely going to see more engaged sports.
Absolutely. So we'll look out for the Nautilus, the Alistar.
Yep.
Probably not those two in particular, maybe the Nautilus. Top lane, we do know the Borrowed Bagel is a Gangplank main at heart, so we'll see if that gets banned out or just picked. What else have we seen him on?
He was on the Fiora yesterday, another carry.
Aatrox is probably something that we're going to see as Rise is the first ban here from State, taking that away from NMT. We did see that to great effect yesterday.
Yep. One of Mame's favorite champions just got buffed pretty recently. The Kindred gets taken out from mini boost. He loves that champ.
Silas Kaisa. Already 4 bans here. Belveth, we know that
no surprise there.
A pick from NMT, and already instant bans here from both sides. NMSU with first pick.
I really like NMT's first round bans here. 3 really strong meta champs. Yeah, Aatrox, it just wins every time you see it pretty much, unless you get seriously outskilled.
Yep. There are a couple of things I would have wanted to see there. A Yuumi, a Nami if you wanted to take the Nami Lucian, or you go Sivir. She's very strong, or even Sejuani. Instead, we see Yuumi. Like the pick, that's a good first pick here. Prowling Projectile does a stupid amount of damage, AP, and then Sivir Syndra here for NMT.
The Sivir is to take it away from NMSU. Do not want them on that Sivir Yuumi combo. They could still pick Zeri, but Zeri's not that good right now. She got nerfed a couple times, so not likely to see that.
We're mostly, I don't know what we're going to see with the Yuumi, but there are so many different options. I don't think that's probably actually going to be a Twisted Fate. A Draven.
Yuumi can look any ADC look good. Can make any ADC look good. So.
Less good with Lucian, but like pretty much literally anything.
I like Lucian Yuumi personally as a Lucian player.
Okay. We're just seeing a bunch of hovers. The Victor into the Syndra. That early pickup of the Syndra from NMT is quite interesting. Just blinding the Syndra. And we're seeing Yuumi Twitch. A good submarine operation there for the cat.
The rat-cat combo.
Cat on a rat. I believe Azale read a book about that last year at Worlds because that was one of the most played things. It was like cat on a rat. Get that cat off the rat. Anyways, Gangplank here, not super surprising from NMT. Borrowed Bagel is a Gangplank main. We saw him brutalize the Darius on the Gangplank in game 1 that they played yesterday.
NMT on their comfort. Mohamed loves his Syndra.
Yep. And the other good thing about Gangplank is there's not all that many lane counters to him. So you can fairly comfortably blind pick him. The only thing I really don't like, the thing I don't like about this NMT draft is you've picked both solo lanes and your AD carry in first round. So they basically just got everything they could have wanted, or NMSU can pick any counters that they want for free, and NMT does get jungle and support to counter, which can be important, but I would prefer the top lane counter pick, honestly.
If I was at NMSU, I'd be pretty happy. They tend to play around their jungle and support, so I think they like the position they're in here.
Yeah, absolutely. We're seeing a Swain and a Kayn. The Swain's a little bit interesting there. Vaban, Set, Darius, that's the two things that can really fight Gangplank and lane.
Yeah. The Swain is getting thrown at top in support, I guess. I haven't seen NFT played it in those roles, so
I don't know. It'd have to be a Swain support, which you can play, and that's going to be a Volibear jungle there for NMSU. We have seen that from them before. I want to say Tornamaster 5000 has played that in the past year.
They could flex at the top. We'll see where that's going with this last pick here.
Absolutely. And Nautilus picked up Saber Nautilus. You'll be fine. Nautilus isn't so much picked for lane, but with the Saber, you just wave clear and then go mid. Just try and hook the Victor. It's not hard to hook a Victor. He has 0 mobility. And a Jarvan 4, so that will be a Volibear top, as you called out.
As an ADC main, I'm never unhappy with the Nautilus. Next to me, definitely one of the strongest supports you could pick just in general.
Absolutely here. So NMT deciding what jungler they want to play. Belveth and Kayn and Kindred taken off for their jungler, and they decide to lock in that Vi. Seen that quite a bit. Owner played it, went like 7-1 and 17 on T1 against whatever team that was that they played at Worlds. So here, any hot takes?
NMT's gonna win, but
I mean that's hot take.
Nothing about the draft is backing that up. That's just the vibes I'm getting.
I really like both drafts. This is
definitely
a good team comp from both teams. NMT, it's very obvious what they want to do. Sivir speeds up Nautilus Vi. Everyone gets in there. They have a Gangplank ult to slow down the enemy team that they're running at, and then NMSU just has really good skirmish here. They have the Jarvan, the Volibear, a Yuumi to jump on whoever they need, plus a Twitch Victor. Their team fight is really good. They have these good engage tools, plus all the damage they could ever want to follow up on that engage.
And you really can't underrate the impact of the Yuumi. It can go on Volibear, speed up his engages, go on Twitch, she stays invisible. Yeah,
it can do quite a bit. As here we are kind of just waiting for the client to pop up here to get into real draft for NMSU versus NMT. Unless that is actually starting. Nope. All right, so let's say, where do you attack? You have a Jarvan 4.
Yep.
You can't really attack a Victor Syndra lane. Victor really isn't going to do that much for you early in the lane. Sure, you couldn't go into the Twitch Yuumi, but that's really not going to do much for you either. So is Jarvan only going top? Do you try and force something in mid or bot? Or do you just keep Jarvan, make sure you're just matching with the Vi?
Definitely the latter. We're going to see how NMT's lanes adapt. Bagel likes to play very aggressive, so you might see him over push lanes, and then Mini Boots might ignore that and go somewhere else. The Victor Syndra is going to be a farm lane through and through. Judging by how I've seen Dark Blaze and Moame play, that's definitely how they that's just how they play.
Yeah.
They don't want a ton of action. Moame looks to play aggressive once he hits his power spikes. But Dark Blaze, we'll see from him. I've played against him in mid personally, but he's a very slow player. I personally like him on Assassins more. I think he's going to get outpaced pretty hard by Moame here, but we'll see. He could pull something out.
Absolutely. Moame is the, I don't want to say the MVP or like the
star
player. That might be Bard Bagel. They have a lot of good players here on NMT. But Moame is the, it feels like he is always going to be the one to get some sort of lead in his lane.
Definitely.
And that might just be they put Bard Bagel on Ornn duty and said, you're top lane, you get the Ornn duty sometimes.
No matter the result of this game, you're going to see Moame topping the damage charts for sure.
Yes.
But NMT definitely plays around their top side. That's their strength. The Sivir Nautilus is going to look to push in lanes and then allow the Nautilus to move around.
Absolutely. I'm really interested to see what the Sivir Twitch kind of matchup looks like, because I know that Sivir is still very good on this patch. And, you know, Sivir Nautilus, not a slouch, definitely will be able to get a lot of damage, whereas Twitch, we haven't seen him all that often for probably the better part of a year. I know that with how good Blade of the Rune King is, one of his core items, he is definitely a little bit more meta, but he's still, you need the 3 items on Twitch to really do something. Looks like we are getting into draft, and there we are already here into actual draft in the client. As we can introduce the teams now here over here on NMSU, you have Arvion. Up in the top lane, Tortomaster 5000 in the jungle, Dark Blaze in the mid lane, Abba, that star AD carry player down there in the bot position, and Smexy rounding it out on support. And we can only see enemy 1 through 5. That's interesting. All right, so we have on NMT Borrowed Bagel in the top lane.
Mini Boots in the jungle.
Moame in the mid. Who's there to carry? We're currently both, for those of you
They have Barax48 in support.
Barax48 in support.
And Blackjack Kodiak.
Blackjack
ADC.
Kodiak, that's it is, in the AD carry position.
You know, this is a recent change, actually. Instead of saying Summoner 1, Summoner 2, this patch, I think, changes to Enemy 1, Enemy 2 in game. I played a game yesterday, and I was like, they had to have just changed that. That's interesting.
Yeah, I know they dropped a bunch of preseason small changes already. One of those is Blade of the Rune King is green now, not purple.
Yes, the item shop looks super different now.
Even though none of those actual changes came through here, as everyone is already picking up all of their champions. Would be a very interesting pick ban if this is actually just what they did. Pick Gangplank straight into Vi, straight into Syndra.
Yeah.
No trading here. Kayn is something that we have seen banned away, and that is one of the more interesting bans, because I don't like Kayn in... Kayn always feels like a solo queue stomp.
That's very
champion,
true.
as opposed to like a competitive 5-on-5 champion.
You have to take into account these players' champ pools. Mini Boots is scary on the Kayn. Playing against it gives me nightmares. I as an ADC, don't want to see him on Kayn, don't want to see him on Echo. The Vi, not quite as scary, but it can definitely catch you out.
Now
he's going to be looking to ult Victor and Twitch as much as he can this game.
Now, speaking of Echo, I was told some hot tech yesterday.
Okay.
And that is the Echo is a flex pick here on NMT, because not only can they play Echo jungle, they also have a Mastery 5 level Echo support player on their team.
You gotta be careful of that one. I
will cry if we see an Echo support.
If they pick it and don't give it the Mini Boots, they're trolling. Like,
yeah.
What are you gonna say about that?
I think you can still kind of play it mid, but I think he's still mostly a jungler at this point.
Moame definitely favors ranged mids. I think I've seen him on Echo before. The meta we've seen at Worlds is very melee mid oriented, especially with the Sejuani. You can flex it top jungle support, and Sylas and Akali are definitely the big pairs with that. Get her passive stacking and get that stun off. Galio definitely. We've seen Faker and Zeka on that.
Both of them. The Galio is, you don't have huge amount of damages with the Sejuani, but you just lock someone down and then kill them. You don't need insane amount of damages to just 100-0 someone. They can't move for a solid 5 seconds.
The World's meta has been very ADC oriented.
Yes. One thing that I do remember about NMT's games yesterday versus, I want to say La Cueva? I don't remember who they played.
La Cueva or Oregon Mountain.
Or Oregon Mountain. I think it was La Cueva, because Oregon Mountain played NMSU, I remember as the Battle of Las Cruces. And we really didn't see all that much action out of NMTech's bot lane. They were there. They did things, but not... They were kind of just like, all right, we're getting carried.
That's really how you're going to see them play. When I've played against them, I get farm leads on their bot lane, but it doesn't mean anything because they play around their top side. You have Borrowed Bagel on these carries. You have Moame dishing out loads and loads of damage. That's just their style.
And I do like that if they are going to play that style, I like the Sivir pickup.
Yeah.
Because you just hit R, the rest of your team goes in, and the rest of the time you're just wave clearing forever. And
You're pushing lanes, you're getting leads, you're buffing up your team, and you have that spell shield to keep you safe from Volley, Jarvan, even the Yuumi R.
Yeah, absolutely. Just all of those things. I like the Sivir pick, and then Battle Axe can just walk around the map, leave a Sivir, go help top, go, a Vi Nautilus is a very scary combo to be running around in the enemy jungle.
Definitely. We've talked a lot about how NMT plays, but NMSU, with their draft, you can see it's very standard. Top jungle picking tanks. Victor twitches the carries, and the Yuumi to kind of boost up and get these carries safe and get the melees in.
Absolutely. Especially Yuumi Twitch, that is a potent combo. You can get a final chapter out of invisibility, lock down 5 people.
Nasty combo.
Get a Victor on top of that. But you can also just put a Yuumi on top of a Volibear, and now the Volibear ulting is going to have insane HP, insane damages, and a cat on top of him, making sure that he doesn't die.
Yep.
And, I mean, they definitely have the damage here for NMT to burn through that. They have a Gangplank, a Vi, a Syndra, a Sivir. They can burn through that, but if that Volibear gets ahead, that can be a problem here for NMT.
Both of these teams have a lot of strong damage threats, and they have a lot of scaling. Victor and Twitch are very known for their scaling. We're going to look to see what Smexy chooses to build. We've seen the AP Yuumi be very popular, topping those damage charts, building Ludens and Magi's.
I think that's the fairly standard build at this point. You max Q, actually, the Prowling Projectile, and just go full AP, because your heals do a little bit. They definitely help, and later into the game, but before that, your Prowling Projectile is you're just hitting people with your Q, taking a third of their HP off per Q, which is only on a
disgusting
4-5 second cooldown, somewhere around there. As we are already loaded here onto the Rift for game number 1 here of NMSU versus NMTech. As it looks like we do have some production issues here trying to get into the client. Let me see what I'm able to do here. As we are in game. As we are going to go to a quick production break as we try to fix this. Welcome back, everybody, as we have fixed the small production issues here, as NMSU already picked up 1 kill there, as they did have a invade there. Tornamaster getting that, having to burn his flash, as Bard Bagel also had to burn his flash. He was the one who went down.
And he's starting this lane with a disadvantage. Arvion is pushing that into him.
Yeah, it's going to be quite difficult for Bard Bagel to do anything in this lane anymore. Let's see what Mini Boots wants to do with this. Battle Axe and Blackjack should be able to get level 2 early in this lane.
NMT gets that level 2.
That's going to stop anything from going down into their favor. Dark Blaze and Moame just kind of trade pretty evenly here in the mid lane as Moeme already shoved that wave into the tower. Looking to shove even more. Dark Blaze really not having a shove at all right here, as it looks like it's just going to be full clears for both jungles.
Very clear CS leads happening. Moame getting up in lane. Blackjack Kodiak already at 4 CS ahead of Abba Abba.
Absolutely. We are, Moame is up a few CS. That's probably about 12 all said and done. Dark Blaze should be able to pick up most of the wave that's sitting right in front of his tower. But that's still Moame. Almost an entire wave up already, 3 minutes in. That is a fairly impressive just lead already, as you already see a Scatter of the Weak hitting that as Tortomaster going in, trying to relieve some of that pressure as Moame has the flash out.
Both junglers pathing mid, but nothing seems to happen out of it.
Here Vi looking to find something. That's a lot of just drop damage onto Tortomaster as many
Gets a
boots
max range
up.
flag and drag out of there.
Absolutely. Bard Bagel here trying to find something to go aggressive with, and he does it. Averon getting very low, just barely getting that shield. Here Dark Blaze looking to find something, but he's just getting poked out quite a bit here by Moame in the mid lane.
Yeah, this is a common pattern with Gangplank. He's going to harass you, he's going to shoot you as much as he can, he's going to land as many barrels as he can.
Yeah, that's
and Bagel is known for that champion.
That is the Gangplank parlay counter. What you do is every time you get parlayed, every time you get the Q, you just type one, like you type 1, then you type 2 in all chat.
+1.
Yep, +1. And just keep track of how many times the Gangplank Q'd your face in the lane. And here, Tortomaster looking to go get his Krugs for the first time here. A little bit behind Vi, all things said and done, as there's nothing going to be on his bot side respawning.
Now, I'm definitely more knowledgeable about how NMT likes to play, but I know Arvion's a very aggressive player, tends to get lost in his own lane, and you can see he's up on kills. He's up on CS against Gangplank, but
here, Blackjack Kodiak. Oh, that's a really good hook onto Smexy, but Tortomaster is here. Smexy is going to burn down, but now Blackjack Kodiak maybe in a bad spot. Flag and Drag does go wide, but Abba Abba burning down. Blackjack Kodiak burning down as well. Has access to nothing, and the hook's going to go wide, but now Battle Axe 48 in a bad spot, but Vi's here. He's going to actually explode. Abba Abba trying to keep his support alive. 1v1, but Tortomaster should be able to get this one out. Q not available in time for Mini Boots.
Yeah, Mini Boots gets that late counter gank, but gets one rush bench kill. Not enough to make the trade favorable for NMT, but definitely a good lead for him.
Even overall, you actually like to see that. That does get, anytime you kill the cat, that's a win.
Yep.
And even if it did cost, it was a 2-for-2 overall with really nothing significant happening on either side, you kill the cat. That's what you want to see. Moame here, Unleash Fury, going to go down anyways as Tortomaster just barely survives.
Moame is just way too far past the halfway point in his lane, not respecting the Jarvan coming over the wall.
Not respecting the fact that the Jarvan already came once, burned his flash, and that was why he wasn't able to get out of that one. If he had a little bit more distance, had the flash to get out of that, I think he would have, at least, he might have still gone down, but he would have gotten the kill there onto Tortomaster. Spell
and
shield
you can see
here.
This is the expected result for this bot lane. Sivir pushing, getting small edges out onto the Twitch. They're definitely looking to scale this game.
NMT looking to get first dragon of the game. 6.5 minutes into the game. 4,000 should be an easy smite as no one from NMSU is around. Mini Boots most likely going to recall after that. No, with that smite, he's going to go back into his jungle right here. Keep clearing that one out, trying to stay ahead of Tortomaster in at least CS, if not able to do it in kill threat.
NMT already getting that dragon stack started early here at 7 minutes.
Absolutely. NMT down a little bit of gold here, about 500-600 overall at about 7.5 minutes into the game. Tortomaster already level 6. The only jungler there on level 6. Dark Blaze, all other solo lanes are level 6. And here, Abba Abba kind of trying to bait I want to say Battle Axe 48 into going in there and there. Level 6 Cataclysm is coming out. Blackjack Kodiak is going to burn down here, but that's going to be the ultimate out from Gangplank in the top lane. Tortomaster going to walk away with 2 kills. 4-0-2 for himself as Muame forcing the flash out from Dark Blaze.
This Jarvan is looking monstrous. He's affected mid and bot multiple times now.
Absolutely, but speaking of mid lane, that is a 30 CS diff at 8 minutes. That is kind of insane.
Muame's a monster.
That is the highest CS in the game, 65 at 8 minutes. Not quite LCS levels, but I mean,
definitely on pace.
Yeah, he's definitely on pace, and he's absolutely just bullying the crap. Speaking of bullying, Dark Blaze Muame with just a good ult from Mini Boots into the ult from Muame, and that's 1 kill into his pocket.
Yeah, the Assault and Battery into Unleash Power combo. Both of their ults down.
And that's, I mean, what you do when you have a Vi. You just go in. Dark Blaze, half HP already. They knew their damages. They just said, all right, we just throw both of our ults at him and he dies. Pretty easy here. NMSU looking for something around this Herald as it is being started by Tech. Mini Boots going a little bit low. Averon going in onto Mini Boots. Mini Boots burning down, and that's the blue team. He stole the Rift Herald, but now Borrowed Bagel has to get out. This is all a disaster for NMT. Borrowed Bagel gets killed by Abba Abba here as a disaster for NMT, neither getting the Rift Herald and dying. 2 people now. Abba Abba coming around as Muame smells something, and he's just going to back. No. Oh, Abba Abba here. Getting the drop onto Muame. Muame having to flash. So Abba Abba deciding, he'll just go back.
Yeah, Mini Boots not respecting the volley R damage.
Absolutely
and holding
not.
his smite when it could have healed him. They might have lost the Rift Herald there, but
and maybe you might win the fight after, or at least
maybe
not lose the fight as badly. Or if you get the heal, you simply just Q out the back of the pit, get out of there. Everyone just scatters. Here, Abba Abba and Smexy just doing a really good job of freezing this lane, making sure they don't lose too many just minions to this turret. And after that first counter gank with Tortomaster, Battle Axe and Blackjack are just really scared of trying to aggress into the freeze setup.
Yeah, Abba Abba getting a lot of smart freezes. Definitely what you want to be doing on Twitch.
Absolutely.
He's outranged in this matchup and has a Yumi, so that's just how that lane wants to play.
Speaking of sneaky, here's a sneaky little something from NMT. They're looking to see if they can bait the Twitch into face-checking that mid-brush, trying to make it seem like they backed up. Nope, Blackjack Kodiak just showed. Never mind.
So far, Dark Blaze is definitely looking like a non-factor in this game, but you can't underrate the Jarvan R into Chaos Storm combo.
Or the Jarvan R into just the Gravity Well. So much damage right here. Mini Boost looking for something, but that's a teleport coming down. Blackjack Kodiak does have access to the ult if necessary. There's an on the hunt, and that is a late pull on the Yumi ult, and everyone's just going to disengage.
That's one of the best uses of Sivir R. Just use it to escape. No harm, no foul.
And that was actually really good there from NMT. They just burned the TP from Dark Blaze, someone who really could not afford to burn that TP to get back to lane. And that's just one more thing, but now Cataclysm, Flash Cataclysm onto Muame. Muame not able to get out of this, trying to do something. Dark Blaze going low, and that's going to be an Assault and Battery possibly onto Dark Blaze, but now Mini Boots deciding he didn't want to go in there actually. And that's going to be another kill there. Tortomaster picking that one up. 5-0-4 here on that Jarvan.
Muame getting baited a little bit by Dark Blaze. Really eager to land those QE combos. Very consistently getting stuns on him, but getting punished a lot.
I don't think he was expecting the Flash Cataclysm on top of his head, and that's why he was playing not particularly aggressively, but maybe not with as much just defensive ability as he should have.
That's one of those moments where you need that masterful Doin B figure in your chat posting the flash timer. So, you know, J4 has flash, Sinjor doesn't have flash, you gotta play safe.
Absolutely here. Averon and Borrowed Bagel relatively even on CS in the top lane. Nothing that they can do. Here, Abba Abba getting chunked a little bit by Moame. But that's going to be the expected value there out of that Rift Herald. Will buy a little bit of time, but not actually all that much. NMSU going to have a lot of time here before they take this dragon, but it looks like they're just going to give this one up from NMTech, and it's going to be 1 dragon to 1.
Tortomaster standing at that 5-0-4 score line, but you can see he has a 500 gold bounty on his head. Moame or Borrowed Bagel are definitely looking to get that.
Absolutely, especially, I mean, combined, they should be able to do that, and that might be the next time that we see the Unleashed Fury into, or the Vial into the Syndra ult just dropped on his head. Sure, he does have the Merc Treads, but J4 is not that tanky right now in the game, especially not with the Chain Whip that he has built.
Yeah, and unless you're really expecting that as Jarvan, you're always going to use the flag and drag to get in, but might not have it up as an escape.
Absolutely.
Once he sees himself get
Mini Boots
focused in
taking
his
the
fight.
blue buff for himself. Not something you always see. Something that I do like, or would like to point out right here. NMSU has had impeccable vision control in all of the games that I've seen them with this iteration of this team. NM Tech is doing a very, very good job of countering that warding aggression out from NMSU. It is so much harder for NMSU to make these hyper-aggressive plays that they would like to with the Tortomaster, with maybe Averon just run into a jungle, you know, see where everyone is. Now Vi has been spotted, but Tortomaster on his Gromp, there's really nothing that they can gain from this.
Absolutely. You can look at these vision scores. They look pretty even with one exception being Blackjack Kodiak only having 5 vision score.
That's not super surprising. AD carries, especially early on before level 9, before you get the blue trinket, you're really not doing that much vision. And also, vision score is a little weird when you only have the yellow trinket, just because sometimes it doesn't get counted. It depends on how many people walk by it. Still useful to have. Let's see. Oh, Tortomaster, this is going to be a 2v2 up here in the top lane. Tortomaster and Averon are spotted. Vi goes this around, but everyone deciding to disengage. Abba swapped to the mid lane.
NMSU having about a 1k gold advantage over NMT, but you can see NMT's champions all have up in CS versus their lane opponent.
And here, Dark Blaze haven't used the ult, the Chaos Storm, just to clear out this bot wave. Otherwise, they would lose that tower. Here, Tech looking for a trade, just Herald for tower. I actually quite like that. Looking across the board at individual gold, the two big differences that you can really see is in the jungle and in the mid. Everything else is relatively even. Here, about 1,000 gold diff. This is just going to be first tower out, and oh, that's a flash force. Dark Blaze, good sidestep, but is it going to be enough? That's going to be Unleashed Fury. Dark Blaze still trying to do something, and then that's going to be a depth charge. Can't flash away from that. Mini Boots, you don't want to be there. Having to flash out, trying to save this tower as Borrowed Bagel is here. That's going to be a huge ult forward, but now Smexy is off, and now Borrowed Bagel has to flash out, run for the hills. Abba looking for the spray and pray. Borrowed Bagel may be able to live here, burning down. Let's see if he's able to get it. No, Abba takes that one. 4-1-4 on the Twitch.
Even with the 80 Twitch, you can see that red buff burning him down. His health potions just weren't enough for that.
Absolutely.
Mini Boots goes for a really aggressive engage with Bagel not very close to follow up.
Oh, but oh no, Moame here. 2 members collapsing on him. That was such a good cancel of the flag and drag.
It almost looked like the flag was out of range, but I think it was a cancel.
It might have been he pushed him back, and then it
Maybe.
wasn't good. But either way, I'll give it to him.
Yeah.
I'll give him the reflex. You need to hit that Scatter the Weak onto that flag and drag. If that connects, I think you die. Especially with Averon just being able to ult, turn off the tower, and you're dead.
Yeah.
But here,
NMT really wants to find picks, but they've been unable to do it so far. So you see a pretty small marginal advantage of Sivir CS over Twitch, but as the game goes on, if Blackjack Kodiak plays it well, he's going to be in the sideline clearing those waves, while Abba is going to try to fight and get kills. So you might see that gap widen a little bit more as they're exactly even right now in CS.
Abba may face check here.
Ooh.
Oh, and that's going to be a
That's the
really
hook.
good hook. That's a dead rat. The cat gets out Smexy, hops off just in time, and that should just be this dragon over into the pockets of NMTIE.
Smexy kind of just throwing it that courtesy ult there, that final chapter.
Yeah, but that's going to be one less thing for NMSU to have in the toolbox, and they're just going to decide, let's give this one up. It's only second dragon for NMTIE. We can fight the next one. They do get a tower in the top lane for their troubles, and now there's the terrifying thing of the cat on the 506 with Hex Drinker.
Very scary.
J4. Oh no, Tortamaster here. Battleaxe 48 having to back out. Very scared right there. Level 11 Tortamaster, the highest level on his team except for his top lane, but the same level as both solo lanes here. Mwame does not have access
strange pathing away from his tower.
Oh no, he does not have access to anything.
And
Tries
his
to get the
ult
kill
is
into
not enough to
Abba. Not quite able to do it, and now one member down here. NMT, what do they want to do?
As the game goes on, Mwame is going to stack up those Splinters of Wrath, a recent change to Syndra that makes her ult execute when she gets 120 of them, I think is the number. So if she had that there, would have killed Twitch. But that's what Mwame looks to plays around. He gets those stuns and he gets those one-shots.
Absolutely. Here, both teams kind of really not a very high. I mean, it has been 17 kills in 19 minutes, which is a relatively high kill count, but it hasn't felt particularly explosive. It's been a lot of picks.
No.
It's been a lot of like 2-on-2s, 3s-on-3s with, you know, 3 people dying maybe, but we haven't really seen any 5-on-5 so far.
No, and that's mostly due to none of these objectives being contested. NMSU has 2 Rift Heralds, NMT has 2 Drakes to NMSU's 1. No fights happened around any of those objectives. But this is where it starts to get scary as NMT is at soul point. They're going to want to focus on those Drakes because that's how they're going to get back into this game.
Absolutely. They're only about 2,000 gold behind here at 20 minutes. That is quite a big difference, and really all of that is on the Jarvan 4. If they're able to take the Jarvan 4 off the map, that gold difference is gone completely, even if they trade one person for him. There's also a bit of a gold dip there in the AD carry position. That's mostly because of the 4-kill differential. And here,
some pings getting thrown at top side. NMSU notices that they move jungle and support to top side, so they're definitely backing off there.
Here,
see
Twitch,
at his tower.
2 items to his name, looking to do something. Bard Bagel sniffing something out here. Tortamaster, knowing, yeah, this is Bard Bagel saying, yeah, that tower's gone. We can't really do anything about that, but what we can do, trade towers on the opposite side, and I'm not entirely certain why Victor isn't taking this tower. I think Bard Bagel might actually be able to save it. It's probably had like a sliver of help. Nope, there it goes down, and the turrets are traded even, but no one got the local gold there from NMSU.
Tortamaster letting his ADC get that gold.
Oh no, Battleaxe 48 caught up a little bit. Hook not quite able to do it. Flash forward, and that's going to be a lot of R's burned. Mwame having to flash out here. Abron looking for something. Tortamaster flashing over the walls. Mwame maybe going down as well. But oh no, Mini Boots having to go in, and that's disaster here for NMTIE. 3 for 0.
Mini Boots really trying to save his teammate for no reason. He should have seen that he was dead there.
Oh, and that may be Baron for free here for New Mexico State University. 10 kills up here on New Mexico Tech. Bard Bagel looking to at least get a trade of a tower here down in the bot lane.
NMT is feeling the pressure. You can see as their teammates get caught out, they try to follow but not try to get something else out on the map. That's what they need to be looking for, but they're not doing it.
Yeah, absolutely. Here, about a 4,000 gold lead here for State over Tech. A lot of kills going unanswered in this game. Tech having some ability to respond Syndra on 2 items, Sivers on 2 items. But I don't know if it'll be enough. The Vi relatively squishy. 2 items. The Collector finally completed there for Bard Bagel. We'll have to see what he's going to be able to do with that.
NMT's starting to group around this dragon.
But
They know they
30
want it.
seconds for this dragon. NMT is first one here. Tortomaster, most likely just using that to get a little bit of poke here. Mini Boost looking for something.
And it is going to be an Ocean Soul, which NMT really doesn't want an NMSU with that Yuumi.
Absolutely. Here, NMTech almost kind of pulling back here. They see the Yuumi twitch in the mid lane and wanting to see if they are able to get the jump onto him on the hunt. Is popped up. The Tortomaster able to get the flag and drag just in time. But that's going to be a huge Cataclysm. Bard Bagel almost going all the way down low, but Tortomaster getting out. So much damage out of him. Mini Boots going to go down, but that is a trade jungle for jungle. One down on each side. Who wants to re-engage first? NMT very low. Here, Moeme, front line, Barax 48 trying to do something. Good scatter of the week. Barax looking for the hook. They get it. Almost didn't want to do that. That does force the ult here from the Volley Bear, but NMSU does have access to Baron. This is not a race that you are able to win. Where does Tech want to go? And NMSU just deciding to go top. I think they could have gotten that in hit.
Yeah, weird decision to rotate top.
Yeah, I mean, they get a second tier 2, which is good, but that I don't know if that's worth giving up that dragon for.
They could get pinched here.
Collapse. See if they have enough move speed. I think NMSU
not quite
is
have
going
ult
to
up yet, though.
NMSU should be able to get out clean. Baron used to some effect. I think that should be the last push for NMSU there. Does get 2 towers for themselves, but does lose a really big shutdown there on Tortomaster.
One detail I really liked from that team fight was Arvion, the quick reaction, using the unstoppable that he gets from his ult to negate that Nautilus hook.
Absolutely. And that looked really bad for NMTech. The Cataclysm on 2 of their carries. But they were able to get out, force Tortomaster to actually have to bail on the fight. He still went down anyways. I think Bard Bagel picked that one up, collected him right there.
Tactically, almost a better fight from NMT as they had more numbers there. Arvion was a little slow. He had his TP up but didn't want to use it. But NMT over pushes with that on the hut and really commits on the Twitch, but without killing him, unfortunately.
Yeah, they tried to catch the Tortomaster, but Tortomaster, good flag and drag over the wall. It's really hard to counter that move. I don't think he'd go unstoppable, but it's very difficult to get him out of that. Yeah, he buffered it very well. But here, Twitch 7, 2, and 6. Now another threat here as Tortomaster does do a lot of damage, but fairly soon won't be able to one-shot too many people as more tank items are coming out for the side of NMTech. Twitch is going to be a high-value target. That's 3 items. He's online. He's going to be...
He's very scared.
Yeah, we're really going to have to be worried here from Tech for a Cataclysm, someone who doesn't have Flash, and then Twitch just burns them down. Absolutely. Or burns multiple people down in the Cataclysm.
Already predicting the damage charts now. Sever is not going to be that high up on there compared to this Twitch.
Absolutely.
You could even say it's an 80 gap almost.
Almost. But here, I mean, look at the support. I don't want to say diff as well, but 0, 1, and 12 to 2, 3, and 3. Just that KP differential here. Yeah, this is just a siege of this tier 2 with Moeme back in base. The call is just give it up. You really never want to defend the tier 2s. You'll probably die and then possibly lose the game, but at least lose a tier 3 as well. Just give them the tower. It's only like 600 gold. It's fine. But here, speaking of gold, a 6,000 difference between the 2 teams. 3,000 here between the 2 80 carries. Look at that jungle diff right there, just in gold. About 5,000 gold separate the 2. Gangplank diff, about 600, even though he's 1 and 3 versus 2 and 0.
I do not like what Blackjack is doing here. He's letting that bot wave get pushed when he could be farming it. Nothing else is happening on the map right now. He doesn't really have a reason to be mid here.
The one thing I do the vision control here from NMSU. Yes, they do have 3 pink wards in that blue side jungle here of NM Techs, but no one's going to be over there. Like, that is kind of useless pink wards. Yes, it does show, you know, Blackjack will be seen on all of them, but that's not particularly useful information here from NMSU with Baron spawning in 20 seconds. But actually, Tech here kind of caught in rotations.
Daggy's pushing here into the Miners jungle.
Oh no, Mini Boots checking into 4. That's a Cataclysm immediately getting out, but will not be enough.
Gets clipped by that Spring Prey. Abba has to use that cooldown, but I think it's worth it to get the
Absolutely, you kill the Baron, and now you can't get it stolen unless, you know, some miracle comes through, and this Baron has been started up from NMSU, and it looks like the call is to give it up. The call is also to bring the Volley Bear, which is quite interesting here, and just wait for this Dragon setup. Try and just force Soul, because if you get that, at least some of this huge gold dip is fixed for NM Tech.
Kodiak wanting to catch this wave.
Oh no, Moame
in a dangerous spot here.
Actually, looks like all these pink wards may be paying off here for NMSU. Showed Moame there on vision. Blackjack Kodiak not quite able to get all of this wave clear out. Let's see. This is a good split. Oh, but they got it on the Twitch, but now next target is going to be Tortomaster. That's 2 people dead as NMSU does pick up this fight.
NMT's front line just gets disintegrated by that AoE.
Yeah, Mini Boots and Battle Axe just not able to do anything right there. As we are getting tabbed out here, another Dragon does get picked up in the side of NMSU. And it looks like that may be the final push. That Dragon was really what NMT kind of played for. They gave up that bear and look for the Dragon. And Sad B coming out from Abba here.
NMT looking for a miracle here. They need to get some kind of combo with Gangplank layering his damage on top of Sivir damage on top of Syndra somehow.
But they do have a 3-item Sivir. The Sivir will be doing a good amount of damage in a 2.5-item Syndra. That is no slouch, but yeah, you hate to see just, I mean, the KDAs across the board here from Tech 1-3, 1-6, 1-4, 1-2. Just not having good games here across the board. At this point, I think when you're Tech, you just start thinking, what do we do? What is the draft adaptation that we need to look for Game 2 to bring us to a Game 3? What do we want to ban? What do we want to take away? And I'm thinking it's the Jarvan.
Yep. And I'm definitely looking at this Vi. It's going in way too far, and NMT's carries just can't seem to follow up on it ever.
Absolutely.
That's the main pattern throughout this game.
8-2 and
NMSU, NMSU's comp is very AoE oriented. You can see with the Victor and the Twitch and even the Volley ult, very big sources of AoE damage layering onto that Jarvan art. It's just a very cohesive comp.
Absolutely.
Whereas NMT has this mix of single target damage from Syndra and AoE from Sivir and Gangplank, but none of them are really ahead enough for it to matter.
Yeah, Sivir here on 3 items trying to do something. Is technically at item parity with that Twitch, I think. Objective Bounty has been playing. Oh, that is going to be a teleport in, but now Mini Boots going to go down, has to try and survive there, but Wame having to flash out. He's just going to go down. The Volley Bear too strong right there, and that's Blackjack Kodiak going down as well. Bar Bagel does complete the teleport, but it's not going to be enough. He does pick up one. Tortomaster gets taken out, but in 1v4, that should be it. That should be
Bagel to clutch
NMSU.
He has the damage. They're all really low.
Teleport to get a little bit more damage here onto the first tower. Let's see if they're going to be able to do it. Abba burning low. Borrowed Bagel looking to just stall here for as much time as he can. He has the damage. What is he looking for? Dark Blaze nearly dying to the tower right there as Borrowed Bagel not going to be able to do anything. He flashes, he gets one, looking for another, but the barrel does not connect as NMSU goes up 1-0 in this best of 3 in the NMTIE Championship. And just a hard-fought victory there for NMSU. I mean, Jarvan got ahead, and
That was about all
that
she
was
wrote,
that was it. Back on the back of the Jarvan, 7-2 and 16 there. Tortomaster definitely the MVP of that game.
Absolutely. The jungle pool is going to be very important going into the draft for the next game. I'm very curious to see what NMT has planned, but just a very clean game from the Aggies. Really playing into the strengths of their comp, the Jarvan getting all their lanes ahead, the Twitch always being there to follow up on fights and pick up those kills. The Twitch Yumi is just a scary combo when it gets ahead. There's not much you can do. Got, like the range is they're just too far back. You saw in that last fight they got picks. They got a lot of carries on NMSG's side low, but couldn't finish any of them off. Yeah, their carries were just too far behind to.
The gold diff was just too much at that point, and even though it was a really good teamfight setup for NMTech, there was just not enough damage left in that tank. So NMSU does go up 1-0 in this fight for the championship here. We will be right back with game number 2.
if you could look forward 1 year, 4 years, 40 years? What does the future look like? How will you ignite it? This is where the future gets fueled, where ideas come to life and identities flourish. This is where we define opportunity as individuals and as a pack. Being a Lobo is about so much more than the classes you take. It's about the mark you make on your world, because the journey starts here, but it never ends. What will you ignite?
Right before a big tournament, you kind of just need to switch your mental. I think that's the major thing. You know, using ROG gear helps take a lot of stress off my shoulders and just like perform at my best, I guess you could say. I'm Booga, the 2019 Fortnite World Cup solo champion. I kind of just remember like having to kind of dial in and realize that like everything I do from this point forward is gonna add up. So everything that I was doing it for a purpose, kind of just focused on every little thing, every little detail. And then I remember they walked me down to the stage, jacket on, everything, got to hold up the trophy. It was just a complete adrenaline rush, and I don't even know, it's just crazy. I think the one major thing that I'm always trying to stay consistent at is being the best competitive player. Because I remember when I first started playing Fortnite and I got into the competitive scene, I made a promise to myself that I would always try to be the best competitive player I can be, and I feel like that's what I hold myself to. I guess the biggest thing that has changed since winning World Cup has been probably the standard that I'm held to. I feel like I have to, you know, just give everything my all, just gotta be a positive influence to people. I think the hardest thing about it is like realizing that everything you say, you know, you just have to be careful about. Like, you don't want to mess up and like have people taking things out of context, making you look like a bad role model. There's a lot of people, you know, they'll just bash you whenever they can. Yeah, I mean, just use the haters as motivation and fuel. You know, using ROG gear in general helps take a lot of stress off my shoulders. In a major tournament or something that's super important, you don't want to have anything that's faulty or anything that messes up, because that one game or that one little thing could cost you the entire tournament. I have won 2 of the major tournaments on my region back to back while on my new PC. It was Trio FNCS, and then right after that, it was Trio Grand Royale. I was able to just sit there clear-minded and just think what I wanted to do next in the moment because of how smooth everything was running. So for those who dare, I mean, it just doesn't really matter what other people think. You kind of need to break all limits and focus on something you're super passionate about. And if you just are so focused on the goal and you just have your head towards it, I mean, I feel like you can just accomplish anything. For those who dare to dream big, dare to help others, dare to stand out, join me and the Republic.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the NM Technology and Education Invitational. That's the word I was looking for. We're back. We're about to go into game number 2 here. NMSU up 1-0 in the series versus New Mexico Tech. What does New Mexico Tech need to do here to bring this back to parity? Give us a game 3.
They need a draft miracle. I, in my heart of hearts, know they have something planned, but I don't know what it is quite yet.
They said they had 4 hours of draft prep last
4
night.
hours.
4 hours.
They got to have some new champions from last game.
Absolutely. Here, as we are already into picks and bans here in NMSU is on blue side, NMT on red side. I think that was a mirror of last game. Yes. Mirror of last game. Rise banned out once again from NMSU, not wanting Moeme to have that.
Definitely expecting a repeat of NMSU's bans
Silas
from last game. They have no
taken
reason
out.
to change it.
I would like to see the Jarvan 4 and possibly the Yuumi being banned. Although the Jarvan you can play around more. I think there would need to be different draft adaptations if you're letting the Jarvan 4 around.
And gameplay adaptations too. Moame needs to respect the Jarvan, just like freeze his lane a little bit more so he's not put in these positions where he's throwing all his spells and then
And there's the Yuumi ban.
Caught out.
Something that we've seen quite a bit in this tournament is a lot of Kai'Sa bans, which is a little bit surprising because she's not a S-tier AD carry at the moment, I don't think.
Not necessarily. She has some combos that I think are really strong. Kai'Sa Nautilus is one, for example. Abba seems to like it,
and there's the Aatrox just locked in from NMSU. Such a good just top lane champion on this patch for the past couple of patches. I think still the most picked at Worlds overall.
Just a best in slot B1 for any team.
Every top laner is most likely going to be comfortable on him. Doesn't take too many games to pick him up. Just hit the Qs. Here, Sivir looking to be the response from NMT. Sivir, Ornn. I don't know if I like the Ornn and the Aatrox.
It's definitely up to how Bagel plays it. I'm not too knowledgeable on that top lane matchup. But as for the Sivir, I kind of like it in concept for how NMT likes to play, but it just didn't seem that impressive last game. Blackjack Kodiak not really playing into a lot of Sivir's strengths, side laning, pushing, getting leads.
And already NMSU picking up the Jarvan 4 once again. NMT could have picked it away, could have played something against it. I do like the Ornn adaptation. We'll be able to break out of that Cataclysm.
Yep. And I'm hoping to see more damage from the jungle, especially. I know Mini Boots is probably
Victor,
salty, wants to show something this game.
Are we just going to get the Syndra once again?
I wouldn't be surprised if he picks it again.
I really wouldn't want to see the Syndra. The one thing I maybe would like to see, I think Orianna maybe has a few more tools for if a Jarvan jumps on top of her. She might be able to get out, and even if the Cataclysm does come on top of her, she just hits the shockwave, sends everyone into a blender, and buys at least a little bit more time, but no, Swain, most likely in the mid lane. And I actually like that. That is a... Sure, the Jarvan's on top of me, but Swain, that's exactly where you want the Jarvan to be if you're Swain. You're drain tanking, he ults you, you go, all right, I hit the R key as well, and just start drain tanking.
I don't want to ego here, but Moame kind of took this pick from me. I played it against him, and he really was scared of it in that game.
Renata Glass here bans out from NMT, another one of Smexy's champions. Also very good on the meta, and that Orianna ban from NMSU makes it seem like makes NMSU not sure where that Swain is actually going. Seraphine, another good ban here from NMT.
It's highly unlikely for them to pick Sivir Swain. It's not really a combo. Maybe if they see something they really like mid lane versus whatever NMSU decides to pick here.
Well, they already picked the mid lane in Victor, and that's a Syndra, so that actually is going to be a Swain support.
Definitely a surprise for me, at least.
That is not quite what I was interested in here. Are we just going to see a 5 Lucian Nami? And we are. Already a very strong comp here from NMSU.
I really like NMSU's team.
The only thing I don't like about it is super low range here. Everyone needs to be up in the face, and that's really what Ornn Swain wants to do.
Yeah.
The other thing is it's a lot easier in this comp for Syndra to get a pick. Sejuani, most likely in the jungle there. Another good just front to back here. And the NMT comp feels a little disjointed, but they also have just really good disengage, really good engage, and much better, sure, single target lockdown. Nami can't keep that Lucian alive through a Sejuani Syndra Sivir.
I'm almost hoping NMT does something unconventional here. puts the Sejuani support, puts the Ornn jungle possibly, so sends the Swain top, because I just personally don't really like Silver Swain, but that's probably going to be what they end up going with. The 4 hours on draft, I don't know if it's being spent that well, to be honest.
I'm really hoping that was a joke. Because this is a very interesting 4 hours spent.
Yeah.
I'm never a fan of getting cute with it in draft. And by that I mean picking too many, there is a way that you can pick too many flex picks and then flex pick yourself into bad positions. Sure, you can play Jarvan for support, but it's probably better just to show Jarvan and then pick your better support.
Definitely.
And
stay on that comfort.
Stay on the comfort, stay on something that people know what it works around. If you're an AD carry, the rest of your team, or if you're a support and you pick Alistar, everyone on your team knows what your job is. It is very obvious. Whereas if you're picking something weird, if you're picking even just a Swain support like this, I haven't played against or with that many Swains. I know what he does, but I don't know what he's going to do in every single situation. Whereas Alistar, I know what he wants. He wants to go in, or he's going to try and peel for me. Those are his two situations. He can't do anything else.
I mean, I've been ripping on it so far, but Barax 48 definitely has a plan for what he wants to do with this Swain. Maybe it's to kind of pick something that gives him a stronger lane advantage versus this Lucian Nami, get some extra damage into their team comp. Yeah.
I mean, there is going to have an obscene amount of damage here in this team comp. Syndra, Sivir, and Swain going to be able to do a lot. Plus Sejuani turns into an unkillable tank that will be able to run down this Lucian late game. Plus just an Ornn. On top, assassin, tank, mage, hyper carry, hyper scaling Ornn. You can't play against this champion. The Cassante hover has been enabled, but will not be what is going to be picked here. Most likely will just be that Swain, unless I can't see the chat. They could have said Cassante isn't in pro draft yet. We're picking the Swain as the ringer. However, that's not what happened.
No.
Would have been awesome.
I definitely would rather be NMTIE's comp here. Just a lot of great things in the competitive meta that we've been seeing at Worlds. Lucian Nami, Aatrox, keeping Dark Blaze on that comfort Victor. He wasn't that impactful early game, but you definitely saw him having impact late game, just throwing those Chaos Storms down in those chaotic team fights. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, the Victor Jarvan 4, that's just a really good combo. Putting the Gravity Well inside the Cataclysm, putting the Chaos Storm on top of that.
It's reliable.
It's reliable. You have a Lucian Nami. Nami loves to play around the Cataclysm as well. You throw the Tidal Wave, you throw the Aqua Prison in there. And Lucian Nami also probably still the best bot lane just that you can pick at the moment. We saw EG dumpstering Fnatic out of Worlds
and Mad Lions
with it, and Mad Lions. And I mean, T1 has played it 3 different times in, I think, 4 games against JDG because it's just a good pick. It's really hard to counter. It's so strong in lane. And even if you are able to pick anything, it ends up just being like a scaling match, which is so hard to get through.
And you see it, these teams that look to play around their ADC at Worlds, like we saw Genji picking it for Ruler. Ruler was a monster on Lucian Nami. Definitely wanted to give Abba more agency to carry, to show off his skills,
I mean, we saw in the last game, sure, Tortamaster had that pop-off game when 7-2 and 8 or whatever the final score was. But, I mean, Abba was no slouch himself. Sure, he was being set up as the Twitch. There was, just kill people through the Cataclysm. It's not an exactly hard skill, but he still was picking up all of these kills and executing on, sure, it was fed to him, but he still need to execute on
That's what good
all those
AD
kills.
carry gameplay looks like. It's doing your job, finding your team's angles to peel you, and playing at your range. And Abba was excellent at doing that. Obviously, he's he was given one of the best range tools in the game with Twitch's Spray and Pray. Lucian's a little more tricky. You could definitely they're giving him agency to carry, but they're also giving him agency to mess up. If he ease in too early, he could easily get caught like that and turn the tides for NMT. So that's what NMT is looking to play around.
It is much more difficult, or it is much harder to throw with a Twitch Yumi than it is as a Lucian. You can go too far in. You can in on Lucian and just die.
Yep.
Ask Doublelift.
Yeah.
He does know about that. And Anami does have some good peel tools in her kit, but not in the same way that a Yumi does. And I want to say this is also a quintessential NMSU draft.
Yep.
In that it is so good when ahead and pretty poor when behind. This one, not as bad, but if they fall behind significantly, they're pretty done.
Yeah. It's going to be up to Awa to navigate all of these like catch tools that NMT has. The Orin R, the Sejuani R, the Syndra Scat of the Week, the Swain Never Move. That's what that one's called.
Yes.
His Claw. That's going to be dangerous for him. If I were him, I would pick up a QSS or start with Cleanse.
Yeah, this is definitely a Lucian Cleanse game, I think. Even just with the Sejuani, that's pretty much all you need for Cleanse to, I think, come out here on the Lucian.
Honestly, if I see Mame Syndra on the other side, I'm considering Cleanse. Like, even if they have no other
Scatter the Week is
it's nasty. And Mame's amazing at landing it. He's really consistent with that ability.
Yeah, especially. We also will have to see here in this game something interesting about this comp that NMSU has picked is every lane wants attention here from Tortamaster. Last game, he didn't really want to go bot. You don't really gank a Twitch Yumi. Like you can, and we saw to some effect what he was able to do. And, that was Moame too far forward on all of his ganks. But here, Aatrox Orin, you can gank there.
Yep.
You can gank the Victor Syndra, as we saw last game, where Moame just tries to dumpster Dark Blaze, and, he has to be bailed out by his jungle.
He gets really over-eager.
Yeah.
He needs to not make himself vulnerable this game.
Or you can easily gank a Lucian Nami. That is something, and something that Tortamaster will definitely have to do here is really play around 3 lanes that want him to be there for them. And, of course, you can just ignore the Victor. The Victor will be fine late game. That doesn't matter. The Lucian Nami, they'll be fine. They'll dumpster that lane even without any jungle attention. And it's not that Mini Boots will be able to do all that much. Sure, an early game Sejuani can do some things, but it is not insanely huge. Oh, we are.
Yeah, don't disagree with anything you said there. The Sejuani is still an interesting pick here to accompany 3 range champs. None of them are going to be able to get her Everfrost stacks going. Permafrost.
Permafrost, yes.
That's her.
Sejuani, I mean, maybe she just goes on the Orin, gets the Aatrox behind. Let's see. It looks like we are having a little bit of issues with this League client. We'll try reconnecting.
Sejuani has a lot of innate value with her tankiness. Her passive makes her insanely tanky, and her R is a devastating engage tool if you can get it on one of NMSU's carries without a QSS or a cleanse up. You can see he did take that cleanse. Smart by him. He can also use it against Swain's exhaust.
Nope. And here we are into the game as we see the epic production or the epic client where it takes a little bit to load in. This is if you do any sort of shoutcasting League of Legends, this is just something that you look at all the time where it dies a little bit in game. Right when you load in, it takes kind of a minute, but then you give it a minute and you're in.
Yeah, you guys can't see anything, but we're looking at a bit of a scuffed game right here.
All right, here. So it looks like we are just going to go into a full production break for a second as we wait for everything to load in. All right, everybody, welcome back. We're having a few client issues there, as well as a couple of other production things crashed all at the same time. No idea how related all of that was. But anyways, here we are into the game. It doesn't look like anything much happened.
Yeah, thankfully not as chaotic as the level 1 is last game. We didn't really miss anything.
And it looks like nothing unexpected happening either. Sivir with the Q able to have as much just kind of wave clear as he wants. Bard Bagel taking a lot of damage there from Aberon. That's to be expected in this matchup.
Yep.
It's really, as Orin, your goal is to just trade back as much damage as you're able to in these carry versus tank matchups. And you're able to do it fairly good up until a certain point. The Q heal off of Aatrox is going to be pretty rough at a certain point.
Yeah, we're just wanting to get those grass procs off.
Baba aggressively just dodging out, using the dash that he has in his kit. This is just going to be a lot of waves pushed in. Tortomaster level 3 going in, already forcing the flash with the flag and drag. Moame having to use flash. But here, I mean, we already see the power of Moame right there. 21-9 in CS, but already so far forward, trying to dodge or trying to just deal a little bit more damage, but he knows Tortomaster is around. He has no flash. Next time he may die.
We see 2 waves in a row. Abba is getting this pushed in the tower. Kodiak not happy with his position right now for sure.
Absolutely not. That's a scatter of the week. No flash, no scatter of the week. That may be an opening for Tortomaster to come back in.
Smoking top. Arvion sees it and backs off, I think.
I don't think it was seen.
Maybe.
Let's see. Everon, this is very far forward by Bard Bagel. He knows something is up. Looking for something, gets 1, gets 2, looking for the 4th, gets a little bit of damage. That's a lot of damage off Arvion. That's going to be everyone backing out. Bard, Bagel, and Arvion about the same HP here.
Yeah, he unfortunately took some turret shots. Don't want that when you're trying to pressure topside.
Oh, that's so much damage. Here, that's a flash forward. Trying to get that as Blackjack Kodiak lives with 10 HP here. Flash down here from Alba, but that's Tortomaster getting a good flash just Q in. And that's going to be 1 on him already. 1-0-0 first blood for Tortomaster.
Bit of an unnecessary move by Alba, but it sets up his jungler to get that kill.
Yeah, that was 2 flashes down for first blood. We'll have to see if they're going to be able to capitalize on that at all. Wame, so much just
got 7 minions with that kill.
He is nearly double Dark Blaze, 20-37 in CS. That is fairly, that is kind of obscene. Honestly.
I want to see this lead matter. I want to see Mohamed one-shotting Abba, punishing him. We so far have seen him play very aggressive and not get punished by Bear X48.
I think that's
this Swain pick not really looking as lane dominant as he probably wanted it to be going in. But
Absolutely.
We still have a lot of the lane to go.
Yeah, it's pretty easy to dodge out from the 1 hook ability that Bearax has in his kit. You only have 1 dash. When there's only one thing that you know that you need to dash, you just hold it until it's necessary. Plus, with the cleanse, even if he doesn't hold it, if he plays too aggressive, he'll be fine. Here, Blackjack Kodiak, pretty much the same position that his opposing mid lane is in, 40-20. Let's see, Bard Bagel looking for something here. That's going to be a pretty big wave crashing in. Want to see if they want to call up mini boots, see if they're able to punish.
They're grouping around Drake, but maybe they look for Wame here.
Wame does not have access to anything, but Tortomaster not hitting
Holding on
anything.
to the scout of the week, hasn't used it yet.
Oh, but that's a really good sidestep, a dodge, but Moame going to go down. That's going to be a lot of damage onto Tortomaster, and a smite just for HP. Mini Boots trying to get out. He has a 2 HP, and that's a double kill down for Dark Blaze.
Not a great start for Tech.
No, absolutely not, and that's just the bot lane roaming up. Tortomaster 3-man ganks into the mid lane, bailing out that mid lane, and now a shutdown onto Dark Blaze where Moame was doing so well.
This is the risk that you run when you first pick Sivir. She's so short range, and not lane dominant unless you pair her with something like the Yuumi or a different enchanter like Renata. With the Swain, she doesn't really have a lot of peel to peel off these trades from Lucian, and although Sivir and Lucian are about the same attack range, obviously Lucian has a dash to instantly put him in range and get those trades off, and Spell Shield really doesn't make a difference even if it blocks that Lucian Q.
No, Spell Shield in this, really all you're trying to get from the Spell Shield is anything out of Nami, any Aqua Prison, any of the Ebb and Flow, trying to just really get rid of that, because the Q, the Piercing Light's not going to do all that much if you block it, because he's still going to get the passive stack, still going to get the double attacks off of that, so you're just trying to stop any of the Nami damage coming through, which is going to be fairly significant coming out of the Nami, especially early.
And that's what makes Lucian Nami so strong, is this Tidecaller's Blessing just applies on each of Lucian's auto attacks. Each of his double hits applies one Tidecaller's Blessing, and it applies on his spells too.
Already very
really just can't
early
ignore that damage.
Very early lane swaps here out of NMSU, putting the Lucian into the mid lane, trying to stop Muame from being able to do anything. But that actually seems a little bit wrong, as Abba is not going to have any tools to get out of Muame's just aggression here. Will just die to too much here, but Barbago.
Flank happening bot lane.
Oh, let's see.
Dark Blaze could be in trouble. Nope, he's up on his tower.
Let's see. Everything's
backs off
happening
smoke
top. That's just going to be Rift Herald going down, but they are going to trade it for a few plates down in the bot lane here for tech, so that's not actually going to be a fairly even trade overall. The only thing that's a little suspicious is Muame not in mid lane. That may be more than a few plates here. Dark Blaze having to use ult, looking to try and save it, make sure that trade isn't too bad. Quartermaster now on the flank, but Mini Boots here as well.
I disagree with a bit of the way NMT played that. I think they should just be happy to let Sivir side lane against Victor and put more pressure on Lucian Nami, because they need to stop the bleeding and stop letting Lucian Nami
Speaking of pressure on Lucian Nami, Mini Boots using the ult there. Looks like it went wide, as Abba didn't even need to use Cleanse. That's going to be 3 turret plates down in the pockets of the Lucian Nami and Tortomaster. But that's going to be so much vision control in that top side of the jungle from NMSU.
Barracks needs to start moving mid here. He's pathing bot though.
Looks like actually he may be moving towards the mid lane. This is I don't really like the lane swap this early for NMSU.
It's a bit strange.
Muame was able to perfectly deal with the wave clear, and just Abba wasn't able to get anything off of Muame, whereas they're 100% going to be able to bully Blackjack, Kodiak, and Barracks.
Yeah.
Whereas they really can't bully Muame. He's just going to say, okay, I can't bully you all that much, but you're not getting more ahead, and that is perfectly fine for us.
It's kind of a handshake from both teams there.
Which is perfectly fine here for NMTech as the team that is behind. Down 2,000 gold here at 10.5 minutes. One dragon into the pockets of NMSU right here. Dark Blaze taking half his HP. Anything interesting? Next dragon in 90 seconds here. Borrowed Bagel actually doing perfectly fine. I think if he gets most of these minions, he'll be exactly even on CS, which is fine. That is exactly where he wants to be. He just doesn't need to fall behind in this lane. 73 to 73, that's all right.
Yeah, Tortomaster could be looking mid here.
The fact that
on how Muame plays.
The fact that Tortomaster is only 1-0-2 here at 11 minutes is very good for New Mexico Tech.
Yeah.
The fact that he has not run away with this game.
game.
Let's see. NMSU still in a very good position, trying to just suck up as much gold from the map, from all of these plates as they can. Next Herald in 3 minutes. And we see Tortomaster down into the bot lane. Borrowed Bagel is going to... Actually, the Q misses. Borrowed Bagel going to get a really good trade right there. Tortomaster is seen. That's going to be the calling coming out in an immediate flash out of Barracks.
Yeah, not much they can do there.
That flash probably could have been held a few more seconds, but I think he saw Tortamaster and
It's
just
good
said,
to not be greedy with it.
yeah, you just say, all right, I flash early, that's fine. Mini Boots and Tortamaster going into the 1v1 right there. Good pull forward as Abba takes a bit of damage. And Borrowed Bagel starting to get the better of all of these trades up in the top lane. Wave still crashing into him in the top lane, but
Drake is up.
he's perfectly fine with that. First and second Drake going into the pockets of NMSU. I think NMTech is perfectly fine with this. They have the scaling comp. They don't need to fight the stronger NMSU right now. And it's a 1,500 gold lead here at about 13
Maybe
minutes.
Wame finds this roam here.
Oh,
Looks like he's out.
Oh, but that may be bad as Mini Boots having to keep mid lane just up by himself. Malignant Vision's trying to find something as Tortamaster takes a little bit of damage. A really just kind of slow-paced game, especially compared to what we saw last game. 13 minutes in, only 3 kills by 17 minutes. Last game, we already seeing 19 kills as everyone just playing this much, much slower.
Yeah, all of these players just kind of willing to match their lane opponents, keep the lane state the way it is. Not much action or chaos happening.
And we're seeing, oh, that was a really good pull back and an amazing flash out of Borrowed Bagel.
He just misses the timing to get that searing charge out of Aatrox's W.
Yeah, unfortunate. I think if he got that, he would have saved the flash, or if he had held it a little bit longer, he would have been able to use it to get out of the Cataclysm. However, Borrowed Bagel here, pretty happy on this Ornn, pretty much dead even for him, looking to get to level 11, upgrade any of the items that he might want to pick up. Oh, this might be bad. Aberon taking a tower shot. Call of the Forge God is available. He doesn't want to call it down, though.
Yeah, you can't underestimate that Ornn damage, especially layered onto that tower shot.
Absolutely. Here, Call of the Forge God coming down. That's going to be ult out of Aatrox as well.
Good dodge by Arvion with that E.
And that's just going to be... I think everyone wants to back right here, and Borrowed Bagel was like, yeah, why not? Let's see. If I hit it, I maybe kill him.
Yeah, they've kind of just been brawling it up here in the top lane.
I do like the top lane, you have to fight play style. You just get into there, and then you both beat each other down to 150 HP, and then you back, and then you do it again.
Yep. Two of these best-in-slot top laners clashing with each other.
Here, on the hunt, already popped here. Blackjack Kodiak, not sure if anyone was behind Abba and Smexy right there.
You can see this lane has so many ways to pop Sever Spell Shield. It's almost just a useless spell for Blackjack Kodiak. Getting it blocked by Ebb and Flow, which is almost a useless ability damage-wise.
Here, Mwame. I was wondering if he was going to go in, try and get a little bit more damage there.
He has Flash and ulti up.
And it's actually going to be New Mexico Tech here looking to start up the second Rift Herald of the game, but with their bot lane on the way, they are going to run away here as NMSU push NM Tech off of this. I think that's fine. As long as NM Tech, like, I think you just say here, is if you're Tech, you go, all right, we lose mid tower with this Herald, that's fine as long as we get bot tower in trade. They actually might get it first, which would be very good for Tech.
I know we both predicted the Tech to win this one, but this result isn't too surprising since the last time these two teams fought, NMSU did get the better of Tech.
Absolutely.
My personal experience playing against Tech, that definitely led me to be scared of them, but that's also just recency bias. The last 2 games I played against them were
We'll have to see
Tech.
where Tortamaster decides to pop this second Herald, where Shelly goes down. May hold on to it to see if they're able to get a distraction for the 3rd dragon of the game, but here Tortamaster playing with fire.
Staring
here.
down Wame menacingly.
Oh, but so is Smexy, and Abba has access to the flash, has to use it immediately, scattered the weak to get distance. That's going to be a lot of damage. Tortamaster barely getting out of that one as Abba goes down to 2 HP as well.
He could have let the Culling take that kill, but The fast reaction by Moame, it just wasn't enough.
Absolutely. That was a 3v1, and unfortunately not able to get anything else with that overload into the mid lane. The interesting thing is they didn't do anything with that. They just got the kill.
Yeah, and they both recalled immediately.
I mean, Abba was very low, and Dark Blaze I don't think had any, or Tortomaster had no mana, but still a little bit odd that they put that much. They overloaded the mid lane with that much power, and then just didn't get the tower, even though the tower was like 2 HP. And still is 2 HP. Let's
you can
see.
see they're pathing toward Drake here. Abba wants to push this tower in, judging by his pings, but
with
maybe they're just going to put the rift down and rotate
both
towards
top
this Drake.
laners have access to teleport. Bard Bago already backed, looking to get the full HP teleport. There's going to be a lot of damage. Dark Blaze getting jumped on.
Here. Moame could kill him.
Oh, but that's a really good gravity field. Oh, but Bard Bagel in the wrong spot, teleported a little bit too deep. Barracks48 turning into a bird and morphing, eating them. Tortomaster burning down. Let's see what he's able to do. Barracks48 having to flash out of that one as Barracks48 goes down. 3v5. Everyone's so low on both sides. Aberon low. Abba about 500 HP, but NMT deciding to pull away.
They just can't match this Lucian damage. They don't have enough.
Absolutely. Here, maybe as soon as Borrowed Bagel finishes his Mythic, he's not too far away from that one. Maybe about 700, 800 gold there, I think. And it looks like everyone else across the board kind of down here from New Mexico Tech, about 3,000 gold behind overall. The only person who's ahead in gold against his lane opponent is Moame with that 50 CS lead, despite being down 2 kills.
Yeah, you can see with this game compared to last game, the Drakes are getting taken much faster, but they're all in the hands of the Aggies. They're just stacking those Drakes at almost record speed.
Yeah, this is going to be a 24-minute Drake, Soul, give or take, if NMSU gets the next one. Good news for Tech, it is only Cloud, which is very good. However, the combat stats on that are less useful than some others.
Yeah.
It is much more important for out-of-combat stats, which are important.
Yep.
Don't get me wrong. However, it's not Infernal Dragon.
One really nice synergy, actually two, Arveon's World Ender ult and Lucian the Culling both have really good synergy, helping Lucian land his culling shots with that extra speed and helping Arveon get in there and land his Qs.
Oh no, Moame here. 3 people trying to go onto him, but he does have mini boots around. Let's see what they want to do. It looks like they may just give up this top tower, which is probably the correct choice. Oh yeah, mini boots spotted out. I think you just give this one.
Clearing this deep vision that NMSU managed to get in NMT's jungle.
Malignant Vision's doing a little bit of work here as this top tower actually gets saved.
They pinged the Baron, but they really can't be seriously wanting to take it with all of NMT position top here.
I don't think so. Scatter the Weak does pick 2. Well, there's going to be nothing else after that. Oh, Borrowed Bagel wants to find the pick onto Dark Blaze. I don't think he was seen.
Good guess with that laser there.
Here, another, just everyone going back to farming. About a 3,000 gold lead here still for NMSU. 3,500. It has ballooned a little bit, but so far, no kills onto NMT is really where we're seeing that. And we're just seeing kind of a boring game a little bit right here. Tortomaster spotting out mini boots, stopping everyone's backs.
Mini Boots just seems to be willing to match Tortomaster wherever he is and cover a potential play. Probably why we're not seeing so much action is that
Tortomaster getting a good Scatter the Weak onto him from Moame.
Doesn't land the dash.
And forced the flash out. That actually is a pretty big tool, but now we see pings onto the mid lane for NMSU. That's Abba and Smexy running it down there, seeing what they can do. This is a very low tier 2, but Blackjack Kodiak is going to be able to pick up at least all of these minions.
Like I said, Abba be giving this agency, and he's taking control of this game. You can see really directing where he wants to go and leading his team in that sense.
Absolutely.
Really what you want to see out of your AD
Here,
carry.
90 seconds until the 4th dragon of the game. That will be Soul Point here, or it is Soul Point here for NMSU. That will be Cloud Soul for State. Let's see what they're going to be able to do with it. Tech does not want to give this one up.
No.
Let's see. This is also Baron is completely dark for both sides. Right. I think the next fight is going to be super explosive here. Tech is behind. They need to find something. They want to find a pick early, be able to get that pick, then get the dragon, see what else they can get from it.
I'm ready to see some action. I want this LS, aka LOL state, to end. I want Moame to get some Scatter of the Weeks and start some fights here.
All right, here Mini Boots and Moame seeing 3, maybe
three
not
with the
wanting
Scatter
all
of the
3. Smexy very low,
Gets the
but Mini
ult on
Boots going back.
Master.
2 TPs coming in. Bard Bagel, Call of the Forge God already coming in. He's going to pick it on 2. That's Tortomaster already going down. That's a shutdown onto Tortomaster, but now Bard Bagel having to get back. That's 2 people going for it. Barracks Wardier trying to get something. That's a lot of damage. That's Bard Bagel going completely down. Dark Blaze on a killing spree as NM Tech has to run for the hills. That's a little bit of burn. I don't even know what it got him. Another kill there from Dark Blaze. Triple kill on him. 5-0-2. Who needs CS when you can just get kills?
Absolutely. Even with everything going right for NMT, Swain gets a perfect position for his ult. Zanya's right in the middle of their team, but the damage is just not enough.
Absolutely. Moame, the last member alive here. And that was just really good kiting back from NMSU. Scatter of the Week trying to find something. Oh, he may be able to get this, but I think Averon should be able to just pick it up. Oh no, now Moame, you are in a bad spot. Not able to get the, is able to get the Scatter of the Week, but has nothing left in the tank. Abba nearly burns down right there, but a good heal out of Smexy keeps him alive.
Liliandres nearly kills him. Crucial, Moame misses that first Q. Really hard to land against Lucian when he can just E out of it whenever he wants to.
Absolutely. Dark Blaze here, 5-0-2. A little surprising from what we were seeing in lane in the last game, in both of these games so far.
Yeah. You can definitely see that momentum helping them.
Absolutely. 7,000 gold lead here now for State against Tech. What does NMSU have to do to get back into this game? Or, sorry, what does Tech have to do to get back into this game?
It's hard. They need to either stop looking for team fights and try to split the map, move Moame around to where he can catch people out and land ults on the carries, but that's really hard, especially when they have all these escapes and all this peel for that Lucian.
Well, even when you have so much just native move speed now with the Cloud Soul that it's really difficult to not be able to pull everyone to where they need to be, as Baron has been started here from State. This may be where Tech is able to turn it. Is Mini Boots going to be able to steal this away, as we're seeing a teleport in from Moame? This is not going down particularly fast. Tortomaster here taking a lot of damage.
This could be it.
Forge God going to come in. Barracks 48 taking a lot. Oh, the Forge God completely missed. That is a Dragon or a Baron down. But already Barracks Wardier going to go down. Blackjack Kodiak trying to find something. That's so much damage. A Cataclysm onto it too.
Massive
and that's going to
juggernaut.
be Tech completely destroyed. Bard Bagel on the back. Going to be taken out as everyone is killed.
over.
Dead in the ground here for Tech.
It's
as
just
NMSU
brutal.
5 strong. This might be the game. Abba taking a tower shot.
It's
but
almost
this,
really the game.
this has to be the game. 8 seconds on Barracks. 20 on Mini Boots. Barracks can't do much here. They're looking for this first Nexus tower. What is Mini Boots going to be able to do? He's the next one alive.
Not much Swain can do with no
Not
ult
much
here.
Swain can do here.
Just
and
gonna
that's
watch
going to
his
be the
Nexus die.
Nexus. That's going to be NMSU
It's over.
taking this championship in a really strong 2-0.
Yeah. Just a brutal game to watch.
I mean, what more can you say? That was an incredibly clean 2-0 from State.
Definitely a small detail, but something I want to note is Abba, his build, he chooses to go Gale Force into Collector, and then he didn't quite finish it, but the Fire Cannon for that third item. It's an adaptation. A lot of people criticize the Gale Force Collector. It's one of my favorite builds, but this is exactly the right time to build it when you're massively ahead and you have this Lucian Nami combo that's all about getting as much burst out as possible as you can. And just really good item builds all around. Really not much NMT can do to that damage.
Absolutely. So congratulations to NMSU for taking the championship here in the 2022 NMTIE Invitational in League of Legends. We will be right back with an interview with one of the victorious NM State members. Don't go anywhere.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back. I'm here with the victorious jungler here, Tortermaster 5000. How does it feel?
It feels amazing. You know, we've been struggling against NMT for countless years, and now we finally got the win, not only in groups, but now in the big finale. I'm glad all of our hard work paid off. You know, it just shows that NMSU is slowly improving over and over again.
Absolutely. So you're the jungler. That game one really popped off. Like, how do you make sure that you don't go too hypey?
Too hype? Yes. So we do a lot of scrims, and a lot of the scrims I solo into the game. Okay. So I've definitely learned, especially with Jarvan, to just ulti when it's like risky, but like I won't die myself and my team can follow up versus like, oh, I EQ flash in backline and, you know, my team cannot follow up. So I've learned over experience how to properly play Jarvan, and I'm glad I got to show you like my mastery of him.
And then in game two, it was really slow for 10, 15 minutes of the game. How do you keep your team, or are you in charge of that to make sure that no one like gets bored, like, all right, we need to force fights? And how do you keep it so, look, guys, we're winning, like, let's just keep going as we're doing?
Yes, so definitely our team has been being coached by Cux. Shout out to Coach Cux. The practice, you know, he shows us how to snowball properly, because a big weakness of ours is we win early game a lot, but then we don't do anything afterwards. Like, you know, you've seen we lost to UNM. We won the game, but we could not snowball. So we had to really learn hard. You know, we had to focus on getting towers before dragons, you know, being early on objectives to ward and stuff like that.
Awesome. Well, congratulations to you. Any other words that you want to say to your team, to anyone watching?
Hey, good stuff to every teammate played amazing. Shout out to Blaze, Silver 2 popping off, you know. You gotta get props. You gotta get props.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much. Thank you to everyone who has watched both days. This does it for us today. Congratulations to the UNM Rocket League team and to NMSU to their League of Legends teams for winning. Thank you to all of our sponsors. Thank you to all of the players, and we will see you next year.
if you could look forward 1 year, 4 years, 40 years? What does the future look like? How will you ignite it? This is where the future gets fueled, where ideas come to life and identities flourish. This is where we define opportunity as individuals and as a pack. Being a Lobo is about so much more than the classes you take. It's about the mark you make on your world, because the journey starts here, but it never ends. What will you ignite?
Right before a big tournament, you kind of just need to switch your mental. I think that's the major thing. You know, using ROG gear helps take a lot of stress off my shoulders and just like perform at my best, I guess you could say. I'm Booga, the 2019 Fortnite World Cup solo champion. I kind of just remember like having to kind of dial in and realize that like everything I do from this point forward is gonna add up. So everything that I was doing it for a purpose, kind of just focus on every little thing, every little detail. And then I remember they walked me down to the stage, jacket on, everything, got to hold up the trophy. It was just a complete adrenaline rush, and I don't even know, it's just crazy. I think the one major thing that I'm always trying to stay consistent at is being the best competitive player. Because I remember when I first started playing Fortnite and I got into the competitive scene, I made a promise to myself that I would always try to be the best competitive player I can be. And I feel like that's what I hold myself to. I guess the biggest thing that has changed since winning World Cup has been probably the standard that I'm held to. I feel like I have to, you know, just give everything my all, just gotta be a positive influence to people. I think the hardest thing about it is like realizing that everything you say, you know, you just have to be careful about. Like, you don't want to mess up and like have people taking things out of context, making you look like a bad role model. There's a lot of people, you know, they'll just bash you whenever they can. Yeah, I mean, just use the haters as motivation and fuel. You know, using ROG gear in general helps take a lot of stress off my shoulders. In a major tournament or something that's super important, you don't want to have anything that's faulty or anything that messes up, because that one game or that one little thing could cost you the entire tournament. I have won 2 of the major tournaments on my region back-to-back while on my new PC. It was Trio FNCS, and then right after that, it was Trio Grand Royale. I was able to just sit there clear-minded and just think what I wanted to do next in the moment because of how smooth everything was running. So for those who dare, I mean, it just doesn't really matter what other people think. You kind of need to break all limits and focus on something you're super passionate about. And if you just are so focused on the goal and you just have your head towards it, I mean, I feel like you can just accomplish anything. For those who dare to dream big, dare to help others, dare to stand out, join me and the Republic.